Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745. Yes, all the way to 1745, Gamer. Yes, I am here. All right, I hope the audio is good. There's one or two people waiting for the live stream to start here. We're starting a few minutes late, not too bad. Yeah, that's me, not too bad, starting late. And yes, time for rants and maybe some gameplay. Not sure what I'm ranting about today, though I'm sure it'll be something. Are we up on YouTube too? Yes, we are. Good. And over on Twitch. Very good. All right. German Reich. Okay, can we defeat the Soviets? I don't know what to do with these guys. Add. Where is he? Here, dude. There's student. Yes, the Luftwaffe uniform. What to do with these guys? They're called like division, but we can look at the template there. 3 battalions. So they're pretty weak. Now that I gather because I did use them to raid Ebenemal, the sort of Belgian fortifications. I'm not now next playthrough, everyone. My plan is to play again as Germany, surprise, surprise, but this next one will be a Mediterranean front before going to the East Front and fighting the Soviets. So beefing them up, giving them more battalions and maybe more support units and whatnot could very well be useful to attack islands like Crete and Cyprus, and maybe jump over into some other place. I don't know if we're going to be able to do how to go after Gibraltar or Malta. So that I definitely got uses in the Mediterranean for them. I just don't know what level of uses I would have. The East Front. Let's look at supply. We always should start looking at supply. Supply, and more supply. Okay. All right. Let's take it off there for the moment. We have some battalions here. Again, supplies are okay. Got a little bit of pocketed. I don't know what may be there because we're not touching it, but 1, what's that, 1, 4, and 2, so 8 pocketed divisions still around. This is fortified province, so it means that we can probably hold it here, and that holds the railways into Finland. That looks good. So once this pocket is done, we may have like 3 divisioners or so up here, and then move the rest back to the front here. But holding Leningrad is a very useful thing. Okay, so supplies getting a bit thin in there for some reason. I don't know why. Because we have this supplies through. It looks like enough because we've not overstacked the north. We still have Moscow as it's already October, as a objective. We've finally gotten, what is this, Douglas or whatever there, which supplies in through here. This is being repaired. This, though, already at Vitebsk. We've already secured that as a supply base, so that's now supplying in here. We're oversupplied, or over stationed there. Okay, so add a few more units to that attack. There's a division. 3 divisions here just to push on that. Okay, so between those 2 rivers. Hey, Singh, good to have you here. I'm doing very well. How are you doing? How is India doing? I know you don't know how all of India is doing, but you know. So, how well is this division equipped, especially for anti-tank? Okay, we're fully up on anti-tank. 2/3 on artillery. Fully up on small arms. Trucks about half strength. Support equipment really down. Okay, that's about expected. Especially with the support equipment. Okay, let's look over here. I'm going to cancel both of these. It was sort of a mistake to do. You just take too long. Not that you shouldn't be able to build them. I also think I don't know. What is a supply depot? What are the supply hub? What is a supply hub? My voice is breaking. Is that my internet connection? Oh, hell. Arno, how is my voice to you either on YouTube and or on Twitch? Because I don't want to go through a whole bad, and I did not check my internet connection speed, but that means, well, not necessarily stopping the stream, but could be. Oh, it's good now. Okay. Okay, it's good now. Okay, because I don't know, because it can be just, even sometimes my, Steam or something decides it needs to download a game right now, and that, takes up bandwidth and whatnot. That can distort audio. Okay. Build a few more factories once we get through these. I've yet to play a game as Germany. Now, do remember as Germany, not as maybe one of the smaller. Definitely not as some of the other large nations that I've played as, where I've needed to convert civilian factories to military factories. And the only reason I see to do that, and it may be quicker than building new military factories, but the only real reason I see to convert is if I'm running out of slots in states to build military factories. I don't know what having the Reichstag not working is how it's affecting me. I don't know. Looking to see if it's, for some reason, having the Reichstag not working is affecting political power or war support. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not affecting me, but... Now, you definitely want to concentrate your production in territories that you fully control. So... know that this is a bad spot for supplies. I really think supply hubs. I'm still on thinking on that. I mean, we're about double the supply capability through here. I guess it's coming around that way to level 1. What does it take to run a supply facility? Okay, you attack there. You push to here. He's defending there. You're almost there. Help on that.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
We'll let him sit for the moment.
Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle.
Oh man, so much has happened in India. I'm reading Singh's post. The Union Education Minister resigned following massive nationwide student protests over major exam paper leaks, particularly NEET UG, a student-led movement supported by activists during a 26-day hunger strike, mobilized thousands across the country to demand systematic reforms and accountability. Facing intense public pressure, the minister stepped down to take responsibility, making this the first time in over a decade. Yeah. I'm really glad you know, that's just, to my understanding, a tidbit of information about India. And I know I really don't know India, but India seems like a very contradictory place to me. There seems to be, and this is, from recent videos, stuff going way back from, many years ago to whatever, that I guess I would say it seems very uneven. When you sort of look at a place, I don't know, like Japan or Vietnam, you can sort of categorize the place as, and of course, in a way, and I'll say this, in a way, I don't think India should exist. Because it is a continent, not a nation. I know that the British, and it was the British, introduced the concept of nationalism. And there was very much sort of and it obviously wasn't even everywhere, because Britain wasn't ruling everywhere. But it was sort of like an us against them kind of mentality. But I don't know if there, and again, this, I know to some degree is my ignorance, whether heavily or lightly. The us is not is not a unified idea in the sense that, not everybody speaks the same language. It's sort of like Europe versus America now, or something like that, in which Italians are very different than Scandinavians. And so I just see India as, obviously, like a lot of places in the world, a colonial remnant. And we can definitely see just what I'm saying perfectly in the idea of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. They used to all be sort of the subcontinent of India. Now, they were never, like I say, never a unified political entity as far as I know. There were definitely conquerors, including like the Mughals, that conquered big sections of India. But to my knowledge, never, one thing. And as soon as they were getting their independence, it was divided in between India and Pakistan, and then Pakistan breaks up for various reasons. And it wasn't just because it's physically separated, but it was basically, and Singh can correct me if I'm wrong on any of these major points, it was all ruled from what is today Pakistan, those sort of ethnic groups, and not the Bengalis. The Bengalis were just sort of a subject people. Oh, they might have governed themselves locally or something, but they really didn't have any real participation at the national level, as far as I know, of significant levels. So, sort of with India's help, and sort of strategically for India to break up an enemy power block. And so that sort of, to me, shows, so it's hard to categorize India. I feel India is a mix of very old and backward people and very modern people that in areas exist in the same physical space. Sometimes some areas are, remote, and some areas are, on major, transportation hubs, ports, rail lines, highways, whatever, and are industrialized. And then there's very unindustrialized areas where, like I was saying, like with Vietnam, much of Vietnam is sort of the same. Yeah, there's some big cities and there's countryside, but it's sort of kind of the same up and down Vietnam. Japan is sort of kind of same up and down Japan. And both are very different, but it's sort of, we can put a label on it and sort of have an understanding of it. And so I don't know, India's trying, in my opinion, trying to find its place in the world. And again, from my perspective, I don't think India as a collective, I'm not saying a particular Indian here or a particular Indian there, but as a collective, doesn't understand the rest of the world. Yeah, I see your tiger tank. I'll get to that. Hello, Crunchy. How you doing? You're reading a book about World War II. Okay, so I won't spoil who wins. I mean, we'll see who wins in this game, but yeah. Can't unsee the comment, but I will keep reading the book, right? Uh-huh. Yes. an American, actually sort of a Soviet specialist, but she's also, studied Soviet relations with other nations, particularly China, but also India. And she's talked about, Indira Gandhi and some of the other names that I don't want to embarrass myself by messing up. But that they were very naive leaders, was her comment. And I think she's probably right. And one of them was, this is back like in the 50s and the 60s, that they were not terribly happy with the United States for a lot of reasons. But one of them was segregation. That some of the states, not all of the United States, but some of the states had segregation. Now, I find that sort of laughable that they're concerned about segregation when my understanding is that India is highly segregated on their caste system. You don't have to defend it or condemn it, Singh, but and I don't know how bad the caste system remains, but it's always been explained to me much worse, much harsher than any European class system. But that's another issue. But that they had the caste system, but they thought our segregation was bad, in which about 10% of our population were, we'll say second status citizens, legally barred from things in certain states, the South. There was maybe racism other places in America, but there wasn't segregation outside of the South. Official legal status. They could vote, but some places in the South, you at some points, maybe not so much post World War II, but it was hard for black people to actually vote. But they were cozying up to the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union was, idealistic and maybe not 100% great, but, it was for the people kind of thing. And, 10% of the fucking population is in gulags. So they're worried about American segregation, which isn't good, not defending it, just it's a historical fact. But 10% of the Soviet population was in fucking work-to-death camps. Oh, well, they really didn't know about the gulags because they didn't fucking care to pay attention. And so I see this even today, how naive, I think, or that they don't understand how the world works, India. Oh, they get their local threats, Pakistan, China, things like that. But just, and this is, so it's not, I mean, India, is doing much better than, Africa or something. This isn't India bad. This is just India, for me at least, sort of mysterious and sort of an other or different world place kind of thing. So I don't know. India is an interesting place. I don't know if it'll ever be a great power. Who knows? I just don't know if, and it's got to be understood collectively, not just by a certain class of people. If it will ever rise to a... Because here's one thing that I can identify, that so long as it exists will mean India will not be a great power. And I don't know if Singh is still out there. I am sort of speaking to Sing, but everybody else who may be listening. Until you get your fucking roads organized, until you get regularized traffic, people understanding the way roads are supposed to function, India will not be a great power, because that tells me culturally it is incapable of being a great power. Until you can get everybody driving in an orderly fashion and everybody obeying the quote-unquote rules of the road in a organized Western sense. Because you can go look at China, you can go look at Vietnam, even places, they're all riding around on motor scooters. They're all obeying the traffic lights. They're flowing good traffic. I mean, it's not perfect or something in Vietnam, but it's better in Vietnam road traffic, at least from, I'm talking videos in the last 20 years or something, not necessarily the last 20 minutes, but that shows how people are driving around in India commonly, it seems like, and stuff, including documentaries where people are traveling across India or traveling across Vietnam. How much more organized, just naturally flowing organized in Vietnam than it is in India on the road. Until you can get that going, until you can get the goddamn cattle off the road. There are no cattle, just like wandering around anywhere on roads, functional roads. I'm not talking little dirt tracks somewhere. I'm talking about, paved highways, paved roads around Vietnam or America. But there's cattle wandering around at least places in India that have those types of seeming like what looks to be major traffic roads. Until you get that organized, you're never going to be a great power. Sorry, India, you're just not. That's, it's something that I don't know that they really understand. So yeah, okay. First gamer rant over. One division there, so we're attacking with 3. Okay. You guys are moving fast down. Now, let's move you continuing to here. So that we can exploit all of this open terrain. From the sense of open without. I don't think it should take a lot to have a supply hub. Back on the supply hub here, and why these guys are sitting here without supply, and I don't really want to spend a lot of time building a supply depot. In the American Civil War, the first significant war that was significantly, I'm adding two things because the Crimean War, is it a significant war? It happens down here. Were there any significant amounts of railway anywhere nearby? I don't think so. There may have been a few strategic Russian rails up here, but I don't think anything actually made it out to Sevastopol, or maybe there was a rail line into Sevastopol that the British were fighting. But rails didn't have a massive effect on that war, and it was just a small British and French sort of expeditionary fight. But the first major war with major railroads was the American Civil War. I think. I'm now thinking, was there any railway done in Garibaldi's unification of Italy? I don't think so, but don't know. And there was a time during, leading up to a battle, the American Civil War, there was like one rail route coming into wherever it was, no rail yard, because I understand that might be the idea, some of the idea of the supply hub, in that, you could bring in like 10 trains onto 10 side tracks and unload them, or load them all at the same time, but there was just, for whatever position it was, There was one rail route in. There was no rail yard. So somebody, some union officer was in the up there, was sending in a train, unloading it, and sending that train back, loading it back up, sending it, unloading it back up. Forget what general, maybe Grant, maybe somebody else. Forget what came upon this situation, was, oh my fucking God, what the hell are you doing? Load up 10 fucking trains, drive them all down here all at once, unload the 10, front to back, just everything here, unload them all at once, and then just, because they go backwards as well as they go forwards, normally put the engine at the front, but you don't have to, and then just back them all up. And just don't run into the train in front of you, kind of thing. Not that you have to, keep all the track clear. And so they just, came in with 10 trains all at once, unloaded them, because they got lots of soldiers there, unloaded them, and then sent all the 10 trains back. So they were moving 10 times as much supplies. And they were just unloading it, just somewhere along the track. So, just in a place that wasn't, over a cliff or something, just some sort of suitable little place to do it. So I have to really wonder about the game's needs for supply hubs. Why can't I supply my forces here via this railway track? Or quickly, within 10, 20 days, put down enough of a supply hub? Do you really need a city? I don't know. Oh, we got a bot over on Twitch. Okay, well, maybe Arno will kill it. Okay, you go to Kursk. You move north to block those guys coming. You go to Kursk. You're attacking down there. Okay, you guys come.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören. Achtung.
You guys march up that way. Okay, now we're deep into here. You keep going there. Thank you, gamer. I will try to answer what you said one by one, if you like. I don't mind being corrected, because it's just my analysis of what I know. I would like to have better information. Thank you, Arno. Thank you. We don't need... I don't viewer bot, but if I were going to decide to viewer bot, not that I ever would, but if I were to decide, I wouldn't just do it off some random post. The armor up there. This way. Here, here, here. And I'm coming up this way because we seem to have better supply here. It's closer to here, so I'm going to launch my offensive from there instead of here. So we'll get supplying on that one. And like when I talk about the way people drive on the roads, it isn't just like a technological thing. It's a cultural mindset. It's a way of thinking. If it doesn't come naturally to the people, generally speaking, it doesn't, to my mind at least, it doesn't matter if there is an elite, whether it's a a social class, just an educated class, a rich people, they may get it. They may all be all trained up and thinking right, but if the society as a whole doesn't, then you won't be a modern great power. That's just at least my view, my understanding. Motor vehicles driving forward where we can. Attacking there, and they've appeared there, but we're already moving in, and these guys are not dug in. Okay, now, these guys just got here. You support that. Okay, the U.S. is 50 different states bound together in a single constitution. Even I'm reading what Singh is posted here. Even though life in Texas, New York, and Hawaii feels totally different, India is the exact same concept. Yes, I do get that. Just on a massive civilization scale. It is basically an entire continent worth of languages, cultures. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying. The idea of, and for those of you who may not understand, there's two things that are often said together that have similar meanings, but there's a distinction there. Nation state. A nation is a collective group of people that generally have a similar culture and often a similar language and things like that, but something of a unified identity. That's a nation, and a state is basically a independent governing organization. So a good example of the difference back during the Cold War, and I'll finish off Singh's point here in a moment. You had East Germany and West Germany. They were collectively thought of as the German nation, but they were two states created because of post-World War II situation, obviously. And so that was the German people were in those two states, and then two governing states. Whether you want to throw as modern day Germans, Austrians, are they Germans? Yeah, probably still. Someday they might separate off to be enough different to be Austrians and not Germans. I don't know. But so that there's now, so back during the Cold War there was one nation, 3 states. Now there's one nation, 2 states. So India, as far as I can tell, and basically Singh is confirming it, it is not a nation. It's a state, but it is not a nation. It is a subcontinent, is how we categorize things, meaning it's not a full continent, it's a region of it. But it doesn't necessarily have like a shared, truly depth thing. Now, one thing different is with the United States, and you're right in your basic viewpoint there, Singh. But we start off as 13 colonies, all from England. And mostly, almost entirely, but mostly, we are a continuation of that. As opposed to, and the only place, and it's only somewhat, that we really get into that isn't that heavily is, a few places, but really heavily is Louisiana, because it's sort of a French colony. This Spanish colonies out in the far west, like California, really as states get built as an Anglo state with a small minority of Spanish people. And I'm saying that because they really weren't Mexicans, they were Spanish. So, Texas, I don't know. But most of them, you know, really come in as English-speaking peoples with maybe a minority of Spanish-speaking peoples in there. So it varies, and you're very right saying it does, but it just all has that sort of same foundation myth, if you will. But let's go on with Sing here. India's exactly. It's basically an entire continent worth of languages, cultures, regions that choose to build one single democracy together instead of splitting into fighting countries like Europe did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely correct as far as I understand it. Sing, obviously, you know, yeah, and so that is a hindrance and a benefit. It's a benefit in the way that richer areas can help out poor areas, etc. But it's also a hindrance in that richer areas have to help out poor areas. Instead of having, you know, like using Asia as an example, you can say, relatively speaking, Japan is rich and Vietnam is poor. Now, Japan might be the richest country of a, you know, big scale in Asia. Vietnam's definitely not the poorest, because you can look at like Cambodia or Laos or something like that. But Japan doesn't have the burden of taking care of Vietnam. But it doesn't also have that as part of its economy to be part of it. So it's both a hindrance and a burden, being all collectively together. Serbia wins. Hello, Meow. Or Meow Wolf. Is that how you say it? Meow Wolf? I don't know. Oh, Serbia wins World War II. Well, they won World War I, that's for sure. Serbia wins World War I if nobody paid attention into history course. But then again, who does? Outside of history geeks. For the line you said, India leaders were naive, I think, to align with the USSR. Yes. I think they were naive. I don't think they understood real power politics in the world as it existed. Okay. It wasn't about agreeing with communism ideology or turning a blind eye to Soviet gulags. It was purely about survival. Back during the Cold War, the U.S. was actively sending weapons and backing military regimes on India's border. Absolutely. Partnering with the Soviets was just cold, practical defense to secure UN vetoes and military hardware so India could defend its own sovereignty. I would agree that that is a major element. I'm not saying this could, what I'm going to say, could have worked out or would have worked out. But, and this was definitely, as far as I know, I mean, I'm not the greatest expert, and I wasn't actually like in the room, I mean, or even alive back at the start of all this stuff. The U.S. would have liked to have been a strong ally of India. It needed what Pakistan had. What Pakistan had was territory basically bordering on the Soviet Union. And we really didn't have satellites like we do now. I mean, they sort of kind of put up satellites, but they didn't have like cameras to watch. It was just more of an experimentation thing. So we had to like do U-2 flights over Russia to find out what's going on with nuclear weapons, because, you know, back during World War II, the interwar era, you know, what's going on, you know, back here in the Soviet Union? What does it really matter? You know, really? Oh, they're hiding a bunch of tanks there. Well, big whoop-de-doo. But if they're hiding a bunch of nuclear missiles that can, you know, fly over and blow up America, yeah, it matters. So we needed bases here to fly around here. India was further away. So we needed what Pakistan had, which was geographical position. But again, this Sarah Payne is who I was talking about, an analysis of what was going on. The U.S. would go from trying to get something from Pakistan and then completely ignoring Pakistan because it didn't care anymore. It got what it wanted, basically like a lease on a base, and, you know, sell it some weapons or whatever, or give, whatever it was, sell or give, but weapons to Pakistan. And then it was like, hey, whatever, we don't care anymore. And then when the Soviet Union, you know, invades Afghanistan, well, then we start caring big time because they're right there on the edge of that. And we don't want the Soviet Union to take more territory. So it was going back and forth. Where India was a different matter. The U.S. really tried back like in the 50s and the 60s. I think it gives up after a while. But really tries to befriend India. And it's because of us arming Pakistan, I do understand, is a major reason. Tries to befriend India. But I don't think, you see, again, the Indians didn't understand what was going on during this time. Our friends, the South Koreans. Why? Why did the U.S. care about South Korea? Because we had lots of Korean immigrants? No, we had 0 at the time. What kind of mod would I like to make? Oh, well, you can look at Third Reich events for Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3. I made a Third Reich events for Hearts of Iron 4 years and years, you know, back when the game first came out. It was never released. That kind of mod that I have made. It was never a released mod because of various reasons. But it's would no longer be compatible with any current game, so there's no point in releasing it now. And it's not 100% finished, but it was about, 70-80% and playable, the stuff that I had done. But yeah, no, it was because we took responsibility for post-World War II Japan. Okay, America is something of a fickle country, and this is what the world has to understand. There are understood to be some, I'm not going to try to enumerate all of them, but some, I'm saying this, but whether it's this way with the Democrats now, that's maybe a different thing, but it had been, there are some fixed national interests that you have to understand about the United States. I'm going to zoom out here. Basically, as best as we can, I sort of like how this is covering up here. This part of the world, you can be looked at it in one of two ways. What some people in Latin America, down to the south, may look at it and see it as America needs to dominate it. And they're wrong. But also America sees that this part of the world, America want to keep people, or powers, I should say, from outside this part of the world out. Or those that are there, fine, but you don't get to expand. This is still French territory today. Some of these little islands out here are still French territory. Not that one. That one's America. But, or what? No, it's just they're calling the Leeward Islands. Guadeloupe, the French province down here. Those are still French provinces. But you don't get to take new ones. Hey, Jemnuska. What you already have, you can have. Once you give up, you can't come back. It's called the Monroe Doctrine. Now, some people in South America will complain because they see it as America controlling them. And I want to reiterate, it is not. They are wrong about that. Now, I know some places, some things, you can talk about United Fruit Company and a couple of these islands and a few things. I'm not saying U.S. doesn't interfere down there, south of us. But we're not trying to control everywhere. What it is when the United States detects that an outside power, outside of the Americas, is coming in and interfering, we oppose it. So like we could say the big thing, communism, we saw that primarily, we can talk about Peru and the Sendero Luminoso and their sort of Maoist philosophy and connections, but mostly it's the Soviet Union. So yes, America is opposing global communism, but it is also opposing Soviet or Russian or however you want to say it, but non-American powers interfering in the Americas. So today, let's just say, if China, I'm not talking, I know it's communist China, but not that they're necessarily trying to spread communism. And it was this is what, under Obama and under Biden, they sort of slept on this. They sort of didn't care. And there was only the one Trump presidency, and it was chaotic. They were disrupting him badly. So you had about 16 years of not really caring. And the Bush administration did care, but at that time it wasn't significant, particularly Chinese influence, and they were heavily focused on the war on terror, so a bit distracted. So we saw China creep heavily into Latin America. Now they're basically being driven out of Latin America right now, or have already been. A lot of their major investments are gone in Latin America. And so most of these countries down here have two or more factions in them that are vying for power. The U.S. will often go, let's just go to Chile, for example. Now, some of that was during the Cold War, but even post-Cold War. The U.S. says, oh, hi, government, whatever, and we'll sort of examine the government. Is this a government that's dominated by a non-European power? Yes or no? No? Oh, hi, government. We want to be friendly with you. Hi, shake their hand. Be nice, warm neighbors with you. The group that's out of power often looks at that and goes, where can we get support? and somebody with a briefcase full of cash from outside of the America will show up. Hey, we'll support you, but you've got to do X, Y, Z if you get into power. You know, trade with us more, allow us to station a listening base like we wanted on Pakistan, you know, in Pakistan to listen to the Soviet Union, you know, or whatever it is. We want these things from you if you get in power. Oh, well, great. We can get into power. So now to them it looks like we are trying to affect who's ruling the country. Again, still to this day, and even Trump has come out and announced that he's an anti-communist crusader, basically, mostly focusing in muted comments so you don't spoil the book, right? Funny, Crunchy. Funny. Okay. You know, so yeah, okay, if you're communist or something like that, the U.S. doesn't like that. But mostly, the U.S. wants stability and, another key and, an orderly transfer of power at the appropriate times. That can mean different things in different countries. Meaning we don't want coups or revolutions or whatever. We want to go, hey, have a presidential election or something. Or if you want to have a monarchy, I don't think there is any. Last was Brazil tried to be a monarchy for a little while. And before that, obviously, there was Maximilian from the Habsburgs trying to be, you know, Emperor of Mexico and whatever. But, you know, have an orderly, transformative government, you know, from things, whether it's within the party, different parties, you know, whatever, just do it sort of orderly, and then we'll welcome in the new government. You know, welcome, good to have you here, you know, new president, whatever. But, like I say, we want stability, we want that. Because that's sort of the way we see ourselves. America's foreign policy, I was talking about India's foreign policy being naive. America's foreign policy is highly fucking naive in a different way, but very naive. They believe, I think entirely wrongly, and we can see this in both Afghanistan and Iraq, is that if we just give you the right programming, the right structure for government, the right constitution, hey, everything's going to be hanky-dory. It may not be quite all like exactly the way America wants it or anything like that, but it'll be that orderly transition of power. They'll have elections. No, that's not the way it's working in Iraq or Afghanistan. America, when it invades and gets that close to the country, America shouldn't, oh, well, we're going to hold free and fair elections. No. What, and I know there's so many people in the West that believe dictators are bad. I'm sorry, dictators can be evil as all fucking hell, or they can be super enlightened, great people. The form of the government isn't the problem. Dictators are fine so long as they're fine dictators. That we should go and pick winners and losers that we like them. Meaning, it's not necessarily they got to like America or we think they have a nice smile, though that's often things that Americans look for. But, like if you're talking about an Afghanistan or a Iraq, non-Islamicist radicals to rule the country. You know, find people that aren't crazy, as we would see them, and keep them in power. That kind of stuff. We are very naive in thinking that we can just, and that people all essentially want the same thing. Yes, to blow ourselves up to kill the Jews. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's them. That's not us. Right. So they don't all see the world as the same thing. So America has, as a cultural zeitgeist, not just as a few think tank people in Washington. But as a cultural zeitgeist, more or less the Monroe Doctrine, even though people don't necessarily know it, sort of instinctively in America feel it. We try to keep out non-American influences. We really, really don't care if, say, we do care about Panama because of the canal. But let's just say all of these countries in here wanted to form a federation, a confederation, a union, or whatever, and have, United States of Central America, as opposed to United Mexican States, United States of Central America. Cool, dudes, have at it. Or, oh, hey, Honduras wants to break into 3 different countries. America really doesn't fucking care. I'm sure our State Department people... Now, we want sort of stability. We don't want conquering armies butchering lots of people, or a long-term civil war as Honduras breaks apart or something like that. But if literally tomorrow there was a vote in Honduras to break Honduras up into 3 countries, and that the people overwhelmingly wanted it, America, as a country, all the people in America, and even, the State Department's sort of weird, but most of the government, I'm talking about congressmen, senators, they'd all go, shrug their shoulders and go, okay, what are they called? What country names do I have to learn now? And that'd be it. We wouldn't really effing care, because the United States of Mexico is not going to be powerful enough ever to conquer America. It is never going to be a serious threat other than an insurgency, which it already is. The cartels and other things, there is already an insurgency. However much, and I do think the current Mexican president is captured and is communist, so she hates America. But beyond that, they're just a problem. I think we ought to shut the border down. I mean 100% shut the border down. Not just about with illegal aliens, just no trade, no nothing, stop it all. I'm not saying we ought to go conquer Mexico. No, just stop. They're being bad. Just put them over in a corner and stay in the corner until you're good. And so, and we don't worry about Canada invading us. So we don't feel threat. Maybe wrongly, but we don't feel threat from this part of the world. We do feel the threat of Soviet armies here, or if England and France and Germany were to ever have armies again, moving them into their territory of Canada and parking a huge army up here. Yeah, we worry about things like that, other parts of the world deciding to move in on us, but not locally. We don't have that worry. Whether we should or shouldn't long term, short and medium term, of course, there is no real threat. And if somebody like Colombia starts building nuclear weapons, we'll just bomb the hell out of them. We're not going to let them get to where they can really threaten us. So the U.S. does have certain deep interests. Collectively we have. But with the rest of the world, and I'm deliberately moving over here, the rest of the world, we are sort of fickle. Because we have Democrats and Republicans. And even from president to president, we can have different policies. And that can be confusing to people around the world. One president, we want to give you lots of money. Next president, we don't like you anymore. Wait a minute, we're the same people. Yeah, I know, but new president. So in that sense, we are very fickle. Especially if things aren't working out well. And we can look at something like Indochina, because there's not just Vietnam, but Indochina as a good example of that. The Democrats get us involved in the war in Indochina. It is a Democrat war. The Republicans partially get into power because they say they're going to get us out of the war. And Nixon does. but not by running away from the war. They fight the war until they get a armistice, a peace agreement. I don't know, peace agreement, but an armistice, and then we leave. And then the North Vietnamese invades, which they said they wouldn't, but they do. Now, America, because of dealing with Japan, we've actually been fairly consistent. We were fairly consistent with the Philippines because we took that away from Spain. We were fairly consistent with Japan after World War II. Japan, as we can see here, includes Korea. So we were doing our best at dealing with Korea as well and setting it up as a nation. Because Korea had never been, and new president who dis. I was talking about back during the Vietnam War, Lord Polish and Nixon coming in and from Vietnam is a tragedy in so many ways. Kennedy wants to fight a counterinsurgency, but one that is primarily, at least as far as I can tell, primarily a Vietnamese war with American aid. Johnson, LBJ, he comes in and Bigfoots it after Kennedy's assassination. Starts sending in American divisions, not just advisors, not just the Green Berets, not just, little, stuff around the margins, but sends in the divisions, thinking that, well, these Vietnamese, which some units were good, like their Rangers, the Arvin Rangers, I understand, were pretty good. I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong here, but a lot of the South Vietnamese army wasn't very good. So Johnson, I really put a lot of this as, hey, we just surge in, to use a later term, some American divisions and we'll crush them and we'll go home. Well, that doesn't quite work out. So Nixon is sort of running, we'll not run away from the war, but we'll get victory and then leave. And that's what he does. He starts really bombing North Vietnam, really pushing the war in that sense to try to win the war and then get out. So that, sorry, bad pun with new phone. Who dis when we change presidents? Oh, yeah. Oh, I get you, between changing presidents. So the Vietnam War is something of a story of the presidents over it. But, and I'm still talking about India here. It may not seem like it, but I am. So we set up, and when we're sort of serious about setting up an alliance, we're doing so. Obviously, North Vietnam invades North Korea invades South Korea. But we liberate basically all of Korea, and then the Chinese come into the war. It was always the plan. Always the plan that if North Korea got in trouble, China would intervene. It's a mistake to believe that it was only America pushing too far north that the Chinese felt threatened. No, the Chinese did not feel threatened. There's been enough leaks of information out that because of its work with Korean communists and whatnot, had always set up or planned that, and because it was the Chinese who pushed the North Koreans to attack into South Korea, that they would enter the war if South Korea was doing badly, whatever that meant. So, yeah. So then, because the U.S., even though China didn't have nukes, did not want a big wider war and invade, have have a scale of war, not quite on World War II scale, but a major war and fight China. It didn't want to do it, so it kept it. And one of my professors in history very clearly says the U.S. won the Korean War. It was a tie, I forget his exact word, a tie, a draw, or whatever, the war in Korea with China. Not that we lost the war in Korea with China, but it wasn't a victory either. You could sort of call it in that basically the 38th parallel, we secured below that, in which we have. But so that there was two wars. Because after the Chinese intervened, it's 90+% of the soldiers that were fighting the US/UN forces were Chinese. The North Koreans were just sort of an also there at that point. And it was a choice by America, not a necessity. Meaning we could have started nuking, Beijing and Shanghai and other cities. We could, and they didn't have any nuclear weapons. And I don't think the Soviets were going to start global thermal nuclear war over China. But if we had started nuking Chinese cities or something, we could have. Well, world opinion, yeah, that's a real thing, obviously. But it's an American choice, not an inability to win that war. And the same goes for South Vietnam or the Vietnam War. I do not believe, even if the Chinese have nukes, obviously the Russians had nukes, and it depends on when you're talking about, had we started nuking like Hanoi and a few other places, that would have led to global thermal nuclear war. What that very well could have led to is the idea of nuking someplace like Kabul or Tehran, and the Soviets coming in and going, oh, well, we won't nuke America or, Europe or someplace like that, or Japan, where there's lots of American troops are stationed, but the rest of the world we can start throwing nukes around. If we had done that. And that would not have been a good precedent. I am not suggesting we should have nuked China. I'm just saying it was an American choice. Sure, Singh, I'll correct you. I don't know if you're going to be saying something, but ask questions, make statements. So, America's and its limited wars, particularly we can look at Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, that we have decided not to spread the war, like into Iran. Now we have attacked Iran directly, but we had refrained from doing that for strategic reasons of widening the war / trade through the Straits of Hormuz down here. So when you want to talk about America's military failures, you've got to look at it as America volunteering to lose as opposed to doing whatever it takes to win. Because even without nuking it, we could have done a lot more attacks across the Iranian border and various things to secure Iraq or Afghanistan. We just chose not to. And maybe for very good reasons. Okay. But I am using the example of South Korea, where for various reasons, including a lot of corruption, including a lot of actual support for unification of Vietnam, that there was a lot of people in the South Vietnam that supported the communists. South Korea, no. South Korea were pretty united. We don't want to fucking be communists. Hey, being American puppet, which they more or less have been, and when we station a few divisions there, you're an American puppet. I'm sorry if you don't like the term, but you are. And it's not, is Japan, Korea's less of a puppet now, but we have less troops there now. And it's not that we're trying to create it as a puppet, but yeah, if you want an ongoing commitment from America to have troops there, you sort of kind of have to play ball with us. You can't go into the UN or do some trade practices that particularly hurt America, because then why do we have troops here? Oh, well, it helps you out. No, if you're fucking with us too bad, you're not helping us out. So it's if it was a significant, not just a minority, because there is a minority. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? October? Japan is at war with the British? Anybody else? I mean, other than Commonwealth? These are all like Commonwealth. So somehow, I did not realize this. Japan has gone to war with the British? This part of the goal, people, of playing this is to see, playing a somewhat non-historical path to see what was going to happen in Asia. America is still at peace. The United States is a target of foreign war goals, right? So Japan has gone to war with the British and the Commonwealth. Yes, I get that point. Well, is it at war with? Yes, it is. Okay, but we're not part of the coalition. That's weird. Okay, so, in my opinion, had India talked to us right and got an understanding with us, we could have had a similar relationship that we had with, say, Korea. Now, that might seem that they'd be American puppets. Well, they're a pretty big place. Now, on some elements, they would have to play ball with America. That is true. I'm not going to say it isn't. But so long as India was being defensive in its wars with Pakistan, or seemingly defensive with wars in Pakistan, America would have been an ally, in the sense of whether they'd ever put troops or anything, because I don't think they would need to, but a strong supporter of any aggressive attacks by Pakistan. Strong supporter. Now, and I will get to all of Singh's comments I just see popped up here in just a moment. What's the one thing, at least as far as I can tell, there may be other things, but, well, one, I guess I'm not going to make you play a guessing game, but one of the big things that America will not do is spread nuclear technology, okay? It will not support, will not do anything, as far as I know, to spread nuclear weapons, even to its allies. Yes, France and Britain have nukes. They basically got them on their own. The U.S. owns, I think they're Trident, but the missiles in the British submarines. but it does not own the nuclear warheads. Britain has made those on their own. We own the missiles. They actually lease the missiles from the U.S. To get them serviced, they got to send their submarines. Well, to get them loaded in the first place, they got to send their submarines to America, get the missiles loaded in, and then, I guess, get the warheads stuck on the missiles back in Britain. And if they want them serviced or repaired or replaced or something, they got to come back to America because they lease the missiles. They do not own them. And so since we would not give Pakistan nuclear weapons, what does Pakistan do? Pakistan gives some territory to China. Why does Pakistan give some territory to China? Irrevocably, forever. And it's fighting, I think, mostly in today's world for Kashmir or control of the rest of Kashmir or however you want to say it. It might be trying to fiddle around with the border along, with India here. I'm not saying it doesn't, want a little more territory somewhere here, but the big thing is Kashmir. Because China currently occupies about half of this, this sort of territory right up here today. China occupies this. A little bit of up here, Pakistan gave to China. Why? Everybody thinks it was for Chinese help to get Pakistan nuclear weapons. Why does Pakistan have an alliance with China? Because India, at least more so in the past, had an alliance after a fact with the USSR. So, had both India and Pakistan allowed America to be their friend and armorer, we would have armed up Pakistan primarily, and that's what America was primarily concerned with, to defend against Soviet aggression. And yes, for both of them, India and Pakistan, to defend against aggression from each other. The U.S., and I'm not saying that this would have worked in the real world, I'm just saying this is what the U.S. wanted. The U.S. wanted to be friends to both. Whether it could have negotiated something of a settlement on borders, probably not, but it would have liked to think it could have. And then just sort of armed both of them up so that they don't really fear invasion from each other. Because they understood with the partition and the millions of people, and I'm blaming both. I don't know if there was a particular spark on one side or the other. I don't know if one side or the other killed more women and children than the other side. So I'm blaming, than the other. I'm blaming both sides equally for all the deaths in the partition of India. Because it was not peaceful, people. It was not just like, hey, you want to be Hindu and other religions, get to be Indian. If you want to be Muslim, you got to go be Pakistan. Everybody split up. No, it was a bloody mess. And so I'm not trying to blame either side. It just was a bloody mess. And so with that, that's what the U.S. wanted to do. Like I say, the U.S., its State Department, is also, in a different way than India, I would say very naive when it comes to world affairs. They get, I think, better than India. And I'm looking at this at a global scale. India, gets its threat from China, you understand its threat from Pakistan and those kind of things. But it's, I think, naive on other elements of international, the world. I think it is. The U.S. U.S. understands power politics for sure. But like I was saying, particularly in that the U.S. thinks the rest of the world is sort of kind of like it. And if we just give them the right constitution, and if the people just sort of kind of, don't have it 100%, but sort of kind of obey their constitution, everything will be great. It won't. Let's get up the rest, sing stuff. Honestly, calling U.S. foreign policy fickle hits the mark. Yes. Exact unpredictability is why India made its choice it did. India understood America's interest in Korea or Japan, but as a newly independent nation, it couldn't afford to get dragged into Washington shifting power politics or proxy wars. Yes, that's, and I think you understand, Singh and everybody else. I am not saying America is perfect. America is wonderful, but that doesn't mean that there isn't, and it's wonderful in the sense compared to every place else. But it doesn't mean that it's perfect. Doesn't mean it doesn't do things that are counterproductive. Whether they're right or wrong is another matter at times. Whether internally or externally or any sort of metrics, it's just doing better than most other nations. And we can talk about, Switzerland hasn't invaded anybody or whatever. Yeah, we know, but you know what I mean. Okay, shifting politics. That's why India, alongside Yugoslavia, Egypt, Ghana, Indonesia, led non-aligned movement. It was not anti-American. It was about protecting hard-won sovereignty. Yeah, and again, as an American, as I would see it, the whole non-aligned movement is predicated upon one outcome. So it wants the goodies, it wants the presents, but it doesn't want to pay for them. And that one outcome is America wins, but we're not going to help you. Because all of those countries you just named, Yugoslavia, somewhat, Egypt, Ghana, Indonesia, Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. The United States has not, I'm not talking about some kook in some basement or somebody writing a letter to some newspaper that gets published. But the United States has not, ever in its history, claimed sovereignty over the world. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics did. They believed they were going to have the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and those republics were going to be every single republic on the planet. Right? That is why I am, however you want to say it, a Cold War warrior. No, I didn't go charge some hill, but I'm not going to go into it, but I was involved in it way back in the day. Just in very minor ways. Don't try to make myself out as being anything special or whatever, but I was there. The Soviet Union believed in global communism, right? Understand that fact. Now, the non-aligned movement works under two conditions. Either A, there is this competition, or B, the American side wins. So we in the West look at the non-aligned worlds and go, cowards, traitors, and other bad things I'm not coming up with right now, and say it to the Indians. Egypt, is that really not aligned? Well, Sadat, somewhat, but Gamal Nasser, he was going damn well pro-Soviet. Tito, he was sort of independent communist. But Nasser, now I know Nasser gets overthrown or whatever, and Sadat, who is a bit more non-aligned and whatnot. I was there. I remember. Some of it I wasn't alive, and some of it I was a little kid, obviously. But during the latter part of it, I was there. So there really isn't a non-aligned choice. There is only eat me last choice that those people were making. So, and this world today is different. Please understand that, everybody. You are living in a different reality. There is no longer a Soviet Union. There is maybe an imperial Russia, not Russia with the czars, whether you want to, or maybe Russia with the czars and Putin is a czar. Putin is not trying to spread an ideology, whatever the ideology is, that will conquer the world ideologically. China, even though it's still with the face of communism, I don't know that it's communist, but it has the face of communism, really is not trying to conquer the world. China has some sort of pseudo-colony thing. They've tried to, control African states or whatever, send off a few colonists. But China doesn't really want to run Africa. Trust me, people. China doesn't want a bunch of Africans moving into their country. China doesn't want to send huge amounts of its population to Africa to actually rule it. China wants to be China. Now, that might include Indochina. It might include, chunks of, they claim up, sort of this. They definitely claim up some of this up here. They might want, some of these mountain peoples up here. China does not want to rule India. Okay? It does not. Because China wants to be China. Whatever that is. Okay? So, now China might want to dominate other countries. I'm not saying it doesn't want to. I'm just saying it doesn't see itself as the ruler of the whole globe. So we are in a different reality. Back during the Cold War, it was an us or them. Either the Soviet Union was going to win or the Western powers were going to win. Obviously, the Western powers won. I know there's still communists running around and there's still hope for world revolution, but we've won that phase of the war. It's maybe a never-ending war, but we've won that phase of the war. So the non-aligned movement is cowards. And this goes back to my belief in the naivete of the Indian rulers, in that they believe that now maybe they were super smart and realized neither side or the Soviets weren't going to win. But that means they were a lot smarter than the Americans, because the Americans were very afraid that the Soviets would win. But India was not going to, there was going to be no India as any sort of sovereign power if the Soviets won. Because not instantly, not overnight, this wasn't going to be, Soviet tanks running in, rampaging over India. No. What they were going to do is just start Soviet communist revolutions in India and have the revolutions take over, and then divide India up into different Soviet republics. Because these are all different, the Soviet Republic of Georgia and Azerbaijan and whatnot. They'll just create a bunch of different Soviet republics that will all be run out of, whether the capital stays in Moscow or moves somewhere else, I don't know, but all under a global communist-run world that would stamp out religion, would try to create the new man, because we definitely see Stalin very much trying to create the new man, trying to erase everything before it and create this new human being that was the future Soviet human being. And they acknowledge that there's genetic differences around people, and obviously have different skin colors, but that everybody was going to be the same Soviet person. So if you do not understand that, and obviously India's leaders did not understand this, if they truly believed in the non-aligned movement as opposed to the coward don't eat us last movement, we won't be a problem until you defeat America, and then you can come in and kill us then. First lightning bolt of the day, just I heard. Well, I heard the thunder from it, but okay. So, yeah, the non-aligned movement was a very counterproductive thing. Now, like I say, it worked out in that the U.S. won, and the U.S. might want to be the dominant power, which we currently are in the world. But that doesn't mean we want to or can control the whole world. We're just the biggest power out there. And we might want to continue that forever. But that doesn't mean Vietnam doesn't get to exist and more or less do its own thing. We don't like that Iran or the Houthis are shooting at ships. That will get us to do things. There are things that will get us to act. You can behave badly enough, and the U.S. will react to you. You don't behave too badly, whatever that may mean, the U.S. probably won't do anything, And behaving badly is also, attacking your neighbors. Iran has been attacking its neighbors. It has been attacking Iraq for many years. It is still attacking Iraq to this very day. It has factions that it supports inside of Iraq to try to control the Iraqi government. It is the main supplier of the Houthis, which are trying to take over all of Yemen. It is suppliers for, keep mixing these two up. I believe, because it's Hamas and Hezbollah. Both thinking Hezbollah, they're trying to take over and control in Lebanon. And it's Hamas, they're trying to take over and control Israel or Palestine or however they want to call it. So it is trying to take over its neighbors. And it's attacked Kuwait at times. It's attacked Saudi Arabia at times, even before just recently. It has attacked a lot of its neighbors. And it's trying to take over parts of Afghanistan. Not necessarily like trying to move its border into here, but control the faction up here. Herat, I think, is more over here, but whatever. This sort of factions here, they try to control. So Iran has been a local bully to its neighbors. And its neighbors, because mostly oil, but its neighbors, and the U.S. has a special place with Israel, obviously for dealing with post-World War II and the Holocaust. That gets its special place, okay? It just does. The second most dominant language in Israel is English. And we could talk about Arabic, but, Hebrew is sort of the most dominant. Most of the Israelis that I've ever talked to, I know all of the Israelis I've ever talked to speak English. Now, it could be self-selecting in that some of them have, I'm talking not just Jews. I'm talking about Israelis that have come and worked in America. One was mostly worked with computers. Others worked with, what are those things? They go pew, pew, pew. Oh, guns. But yeah, I've dealt with, some of them very sort of American sort of English with slight accents. Some very heavily accented that they're proficient in English, but they're not great. So meaning they would prefer to be speaking Hebrew. So, and I've never been to Israel, but again, it seems to, I've lost contact with, and I still have his email address, but I haven't talked to him in 5 years or more. One Israeli friend, who I know speaks and writes very good English. So that makes him a little more culturally Western, a little more culturally aligned to America. But the rest of it is mostly America cares over oil and, because of the Suez Canal, trade, because America is concerned about trade. So yeah, if you don't behave too badly, whatever that may mean, mostly America will leave you alone. The U.S. would have never bombed Libya when we bombed and tried to kill Muammar Gaddafi. We did that because his people put a bomb into a discotheque in Berlin that was heavily visited by American soldiers. That's why it was targeted. They killed, I don't remember how many, but some American soldiers in that, bombing. So yeah, you poke America, yeah, we'll come and bomb you. But if it wasn't for that, the U.S. wouldn't have really ever done anything about Muammar Gaddafi at all. It was because he was behaving, attacking America very directly. Attacking servicemen of America what the fuck did it care for Gaddafi that there were Americans serving in Berlin? Oh, it was all part of the Cold War and their support of destabilizing terrorists in Europe. Yeah, I get all that. But why was that important to Gaddafi enough that he allowed that action to happen? So yeah, you get me on the non-aligned movement. To Washington, partnering with Pakistan was just cold math of spy bases, absolutely. But to India, the U.S. was dumping heavy military hardware. Yeah, but we would have also sold it to India. U.S. turned to the USSR only after. Yes, I get that. I do. Okay, as for the Monroe Doctrine in America wanting stability in Latin America or the Middle East, what Washington calls stability often creates massive chaos. Yes, more so outside of the Americas than within the Americas, I would agree with you. I do not think the Monroe Doctrine and stability creates problems in Latin America, because we can look very directly. There was an initially, Cuba is a complicated situation. Much of Latin America is the history of dictatorships. Sometimes the dictator gets elected as president, and then either they stop holding elections or he always wins the election, meaning they're rigged of some sort. And then, because things start going off the rails, and even it's often in the constitution of different Latin American nations, that if there's a problem, the army takes over. So then you got generals running the government. Now there's a myth that was spread and taught to me, though I rejected it. And I recently last night was listening to an audiobook that I've read before. I've actually read the book, but just listening to the audiobook while playing computer games. And it was written back in the 70s. About how the military normally doesn't do a good job running governments. That is bullshit. That is post-World War II propaganda. You see this definitely everywhere in the Western world, that militaries don't do good jobs running governments. That is bullshit. Okay, Arno, I see your thing. We will look at the naval battles once we get back to the game a bit more. That is propaganda for several reasons, including civil governments fear their military. Charles de Gaulle wrote a book that got him in massive trouble. What? What did the book say? I don't think anything bad. I don't think that people thought anything bad. It was the fucking title that he chose that got him in massive trouble. I'm not saying it was going to put him in jail, but it might have. Towards a professional army, I believe is how it translates into English. The French civil government feared a professional army. They wanted a populist draftee army, not a professional army. Now, he was just looking at it as towards a better functioning army, not necessarily an army of, whole career, their whole careers. They join as a private, they stay as a private for their 30 years of being a soldier, retiring at age 50 and leaving, and they were, soldiers to be soldiers. That's not what he was looking for. He was looking for a more modern, functioning army. Civil governments fear military at times. Because traditionally, the military has run most governments. Europe, I don't know if people have noticed this. Traditionally, Europe had, what form of government? Oh yes, kings. What are kings? They're head of the army. The whole feudal system was military. Now, traditionally, it was understood that, go back to one of Gamer's maxims, warfare is a political act. So to understand warfare is to understand politics. We, in the modern world, because things have become so technical, and not just technical as in technical objects, but as in and what I'm talking about doesn't necessarily have to touch a single mechanical or electronical device. But warfare has become more technical in the idea of, you could just be literally touching nothing and saying and hearing things and maybe looking at maps and whatnot. But, organizing the artillery strike to coordinate with the airstrike that are going to be hitting just as we're attacking the enemy with ground troops. And we're going to be organizing our tanks to fight with our infantry and our scouting units and all this other stuff. Instead of just lining up in big lines and shooting at each other with muskets and a few guys who technically know how to aim at an artillery piece, because there's math involved there. Warfare has become something that is much more technical. And this, I call myself an armchair general. That means I sit in a chair and I talk about warfare. Doesn't mean that I actually know how, if you were to put me in charge of a division, how to actually make that division actually function. That's a whole technical skill set. So the world has become a world of specializations. And so a lot of these guys here, some of these guys, I can't necessarily, few I can maybe point out as like hardcore Nazis. But a bunch of these guys don't understand how politics works. Okay? But some of these guys probably do. I mean, just because they can read and understand. And this goes for any of these countries that we're looking at. Realize, under our current U.S. Constitution, because we had presidents before. Who was our first president? Oh, yes, General George Washington. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's see, after the American Civil War, and after Johnson and whatnot, the first elected after the Civil War, who was our president? Oh, yes, General Ulysses S. Grant. Okay. Wilson. I don't know that Wilson was in the military. I'm not sure for World War I. FDR, the guy in the wheelchair. Oh, yeah, he was a naval officer. Okay. Oh, Teddy Roosevelt. He wasn't much of a military man. Yeah, he commanded the Rough Riders, but he was not like a long career. That was more of a militia unit, quite honestly, the Rough Riders. Oh, and he was a politician way, way, way back. You know, he was a professional politician, really. And then Truman, right after FDR. What was he? Oh, yeah, an infantry officer in World War I. And so on, including Carter. He was a naval officer. He was actually a nuclear specialist, nuclear engines, not weapons, because the Navy trains people to run nuclear submarines and nuclear aircraft carriers, and we were running around some other nuclear ships too. I think all of those. I think we're just doing carriers and submarines right now. So we have nuclear specialists, people who actually really know how to build nuclear engines and run them, and know all that, in both theoretical and practical specialties. So yeah, even Reagan was in the military, though people used teachers because I was in some schools some of Reagan's presidency. Were always deriding him. Yeah, he was in the military, but he did not fight in World War II. He was basically in the military, in the reserves, and making military films on training. There's a bunch of films out there that, he, plays a role within the military, to train people. He does not fight. Some Hollywood stars do fight. Very, including like Jimmy Stewart. He was on a B-17 bomber for the full 25 missions, the full service. Clark Gable. I forget what Jimmy Stewart was doing on the plane. Was he the pilot? Maybe, I'm not sure. Clark Gable also. I don't know if he did a full 25. He was older. He didn't. He was just barely within the age limit to get into the Air Corps. He was a waist gunner on a B-17. Flew some missions. I don't know if he flew the full 25, but he flew some missions fighting over Germany. So some of these Hollywood stars. So think as if it was Tom Cruise going to fight in the Gulf War in a tank or infantry soldier or something running around for a few years in the Gulf War. Think of that kind of thing, because those two stars were in that star category, at the top of the heap going into World War II. And not just being in the military, but flying bombing missions over Germany is damn dangerous, people. It may not be as uncomfortable as sleeping in the mud or something, as a regular ground soldier. But it was high levels of casualties, higher than the infantry. So, yeah. And it really wasn't until Clinton, because, hey, look, George Bush, the elder, was shot down fighting Japan. You say there's that film of him being saved by a submarine. I mean, he was in his life raft, and the submarine came and picked him up out in the middle of the ocean. So, yeah. And his son was a National Guard pilot. Okay, many of these people that I just talked about weren't career military. Ulysses S. Grant definitely was. He was a career military person. Washington, and there's the movie that's either out or coming out now that's young Washington that's in the 7 Years' War, and he fought, and he was sort of career military. A planter too, but also career military. So the military often runs governments, and runs governments very well. But yeah, I would not say the U.S. Chaos. Now, U.S. causing chaos in other parts of the world, Middle East, yes, I will agree with that. Okay, let me quickly finish. America wanted compliant allies. India chose to stand on its own feet. Well, I don't know if India stood on its own feet, but because I think by being a non-threat, it was not focused on. I think had the Soviet Union focused on controlling India. I know it's pseudo-partnered up with India, but I don't think so. Okay, hello, Thomas. In today's world, there are still major blocs playing big games. The U.S. and some allies of China, Islam, in a way, yes. Others. Oh, yes, they're definitely playing games. But, well, Islam could be. It's not as dangerous yet. I think only Islamic country that has nukes is Pakistan. But Islam has that binary choice. It seems to me most people in Islam believe that Islam must conquer the world by the sword. I don't put that down to just radical Islam. Radical Islam is just willing to sacrifice itself for it. I think most Muslim people believe in conquest by the sword for their religion. I could be wrong about the term most. Many obviously do. But I believe Christianity never believed in conquering by the sword. Yes, it did so, but mostly as a reaction to others. And of course, people often will use religion's name for other actions. But most of Christianity's history, if Christianity can spread peacefully, it will do so. Meaning that if you allow Christians to say their message, Christians are satisfied. If you reject their message, okay, these guys are fools, we'll try again next time, is sort of the attitude. But it's when you bar Christians, when you bar their ability, then some of them, not most, but some of them believe, well, hey, you're forcibly keeping people from hearing the word of Christ. That's bad. We've got to fight you over that. Or you're persecuting Christians like they were in the Middle East. And so we'll fight the Crusades to liberate the Holy Lands and protect Christians because you were persecuting them. If you really look at the Crusades, most of the time, I know there's the sack of Jerusalem and whatnot, but most of the time, they weren't doing forcible conversions. Most of the time. Nothing's absolute. But most of the big conflicts to this day are not for the whole world. They're for regions. And yes, hello, Thomas. Good to have you here. Meanwhile, African future generations are born which will have interests in their own. Well, we'll see what Africa does. Probably alliances to shift to some extent in the coming decades. Very likely. Hello, not a normal person. Things are going well. Finally catching up with all the chat. I think I'm improving in HOI IV. Good. Captured Leningrad. 1 tile away from Moscow. Well, great. You're doing better than I am currently. While before I couldn't be pulling. Oh, I understand. You couldn't. So yes, you're doing well. Like I said, HOI IV is learnable, but it can be a steep learning curve. Okay, and hello, Elizabeth. South America has been in a cycle of dictator revolution, then economic downfall and dictator again. Yes, that is part of the whole thing. There's multiple reasons for various revolutions in Latin America. Some of it is pre-Columbian local conditions. Okay. And unlike North America, a very high percentage of the population, depends on the country, low in, Uruguay basically is what people would call white. Okay. Argentina, basically the same. Bolivia, not so much. So Bolivia is mostly Indian, I believe, with a small sort of white upper class or something. So it varies from country to country, including in Latin America. But a lot more of the pre-Columbian culture survives. I mean, they still speak Mayan. Oh, I know that Navajos still know their language and whatnot, but the Navajo are, one little part up here in Arizona. They're not like huge sections of the percentage of territory. So, and a lot of the, Mayans to this day still only speak Mayan. They don't even speak Spanish or Spanish well. Spanish is a broken second language kind of thing, as opposed to most of the Indians in America speak English maybe as their primary language, and their secondary language would be their tribal language, if they speak that. If they do. So, yeah. And Latin America, the other is that it's coming from, a little bit of Portuguese, but mostly Spanish influence, which very much had the idea of authoritarian governments, where the English, by the time America is getting its independence, it has, more or less the type of government that we have today in the United States. Yeah, a lot of the upper house was hereditary and the king was hereditary, true. But the power structures and the idea of voting in parliament and all of that stuff was very real in Britain at the time. So it's all of that's coming from different sort of traditions. So I think the revolutions are as much cultural and whatnot as they are any other reason. Okay, and Thomas, do you think India will at some point align itself to the West some more and ditch Russia? Well, it's already ditched Russia. As far as I can tell, there is almost zero, and again, love to have Singh correct me, because I want to know the truth, not just reinforce my opinions. I mean, I have strong opinions on a lot of things, as you guys know. But I do recognize my areas where I have little knowledge or no knowledge, or, no real knowledge, or just some decent knowledge, but, still can be wrong, obviously. So more or less they've ditched Russia because it was already happening prior to the war with Ukraine, but the Ukrainian war accelerated it, and it's mostly being shown that Russian equipment is very poor in quality, that there is very little to be gained. Russia will not be a good long-term partner, so they really just don't have that option of Russia. Russia is looking for support in places like Iran and its enemy in China. China and Russia are enemies. And people were talking about, and I remember one person here was talking, oh, well, Russia and China are aligning with each other. Yeah, about the same degree of alignment that Stalin and Hitler had from 1939 until summer 1941. Yeah, how aligned they were. Yeah, that's about how aligned China and Russia is. Yep, part of the map. China wants all this territory back as it sees it. I don't know if it considers Sakhalin part of its territory. I know Japan still doesn't Japan still has an unresolved border situation with Russia over Sakhalin. Whether it should just get the southern half or get all of it now, I don't know. But sort of east of Baikal. And the territory out here, however you want to divine, I know it's sort of projected up here, but it's almost as big as this territory here. You know, west of the Mississippi in the U.S., Russia takes off of China as China sees it. China wants this back. It very much does. And so China and Russia have a future conflict going. And, yeah, so India, I don't see it really able to maintain alliance with Russia. China and India have massive conflicts right now. There is a, let's say, use sticks, stones, and other spiky clubs war with China along this border, in which people die in. That they're bashing each other over the head, literally with sticks and stones, because they don't want it to expand into a bigger war, but they're battling each other over the border here. I have not been following Bhutan for the last couple of years. Sikkim had been an independent state, even more or less independent when the British were around, but it's gotten, I forget exactly why, but it got absorbed into India. China has been moving the border a bit with Bhutan, and India has set up to be an ally of Bhutan if China were to invade. So, to my knowledge, there are no Indian troops in Bhutan, but they're ready to react to it. Nepal, as you've been hearing maybe in the last few years, on that 2 or 3 years, they had a bit of a revolution. China has been trying to do an influence thing. They're not trying to take it over by driving again tanks into Nepal, but they're trying to make Nepal a puppet of China. Whether that means eventually, like Tibet, occupy it directly, or simply have that as a friendly buffer state with India. I don't know their objectives, but there is definitely that in the calculation of what's going on. So, India is trying to develop itself. Okay, that's what it's trying to do. In some ways succeeding, in some ways not. I don't understand or know what India is doing, or what it sees as its end goal. And this is for the Indians who have left India. A lot to England or United Kingdom. A lot to the United States. Are these individuals, and some of them I believe are, that are defecting from India and basically going, fuck you, I'm an American, or I'm English, or I'm whatever now, fuck you, I ain't going back. Not that they don't care about India, sort of, their cultural home, but they're trying to be something else. Or is it an attempt to influence these other countries by having a lot of their people, not whether they're national citizens or not, but a lot of their people in these countries, so that they have an influence into England and America? Or are they hoping to get these people educated and not just going through schools, but running businesses, working in businesses, so that one day they'll come back, not every single one of them, but a good majority of them will come back to India and get the roads running right? Meaning enough of them will have experienced British and American trafficking. Oh my God, we should organize the roads correctly, and come back in, in essence, in a way, realizing that India got its independence too soon, that it needs to be a bit more Anglo, because we can say America and Britain are still Anglo countries, a bit more Anglo than it is. Not that it shouldn't be India, but just be a bit more Anglo and bring all this knowledge, cultural knowledge, like driving on the correct, well, I know England and America drive on different sides of the roads, but picking a side of the road and driving on that side of the road and obeying traffic laws and street signs and street lights and obeying all of this stuff, as well as technology, information, computer programming, or developing, computer technologies and other robotics and other industries, so it's not just a technical thing. I believe it may. So I don't know. It may be all three or so of these different sort of strategies that I gave that it may be happening, but I really don't know. So I see India trying to learn from the outside world and trying to bring back stuff to India, knowledge, capabilities. Some of the different powers, which that includes Ukraine, because I've talked to some people in Ukraine. I don't want to get more specific than that. They don't want me to. That were very disappointed that the U.S. gave them so few M1 Abrams tanks, and most of them have been destroyed by now, because there was only like 33. Because as one of the people said, the monkey model, because we did not give them the U.S. model of the Abrams. We basically give nobody the U.S. model of the Abrams. The Egyptians, which run the Abrams, the Australians, which run the Abrams, they don't have the U.S. model. They don't have the depleted uranium elements to their armor. I don't know if they have all the latest technological thermal sights and whatnot. I can't speak for sure on all of that. I'm pretty sure not on the Egyptian. I'm not sure on some of the technical sighting stuff for Australia. And we only had 33 monkey models, I'm using his term, of the Abrams when everybody was like, got to give tanks to Ukraine. Well, we only have 33. Wait, you got hundreds of them. Maybe 1,000 or more. No, that aren't being used. Yes, we have them. We stopped building the Abrams long ago because we had too many of them. And what we've been doing for all these years is taking them in and literally disassembling them. And we're moving like hundreds of pounds of wires in that tank and replacing it with much lighter fiber optics and things like that. So we're upgrading all of our old tank hulls and such. But we don't give those out to anybody. And so this you got to understand when you're dealing with looking at some of the American equipment being used around parts of the world. And the Iraqis also used the monkey model. They briefly had the American model, and I was worried when we were starting to withdraw from Iraq what was going to happen to those tanks. And I was informed by somebody who, I'm pretty sure he was telling the truth. I didn't independently confirm that he was, but he was involved in it. They had them, the American model, only very briefly, and as soon as they could in a practical sense, they replaced them out with the monkey model of the Abrams. They were just, because they had some, so they started training on them. They had some good American Abrams there, but those were never intended to be left for the standard Iraqi army. They were just, again, they had them. they were training the drivers and the gunners and whatnot, and then they switched them out to their permanent thing well before the U.S. started to withdraw from Iraq in the major sense. So so probably none of the internal technical information got to anybody else. So maybe somebody debriefed the guy and saw the the digital readouts of the range of the guns and whatnot, but never got a look inside of any of the actual equipment, inside the boxes, not inside the tank, but inside the boxes. So, and it's not just India, but some of the people have been not happy with that America won't sell its first line equipment out, and basically America won't. And so even Australia, which is considered a fairly reliable ally, we won't in any sense. And when I say give, I don't necessarily mean give for free. I mean let it out of our control. So this has also been upsetting, I know, to Vietnam, because yes, they're still communists. Yeah, they're sort of communist light. They're a bit more communist than the Chinese, but they're still communist, and we don't even trust the Australians enough, who are sort of going communist. But so yeah, India will not be allowed to buy high-tech equipment from America. They will buy medium-tech equipment from America if they want to. But they won't get high-tech, however you want to define some of that. So India has, to a point, go it alone, because they're obviously not going to get good stuff from China, because they're in something of a conflict. We'll call it a conflict instead of a war. They're in a conflict right now with China over the border and other issues. And not just that China is arming up Pakistan. It's other issues as well. And it's a direct conflict nowadays between China and India, not just like what the U.S. has never been in a direct conflict with India. It's just for strategic reasons we have supported Pakistan more than India, which has upset India. But we have never been any sort of direct conflict. And I'm not even talking like wars. I'm just talking, other sorts of direct. And I'm not talking about tariffs or whatever. We're talking conflict here, where there is a conflict, a direct conflict between China and India. Whether it really goes, and it could almost be called a Cold War, if you will, between China and India. But however you want to label it. And there was some direct, real battles. Back in the 60s? Was it that where the Chinese came in and seriously defeated some Indian forces and whatnot? So that has gone hot and cold over the time, and such like that. So India is trying to stand up on its own. This is how I would try to do that. Okay, let's go back up this thing, and I'm gonna go get a Coke, and I'll be back. Be back in just a moment. They'll keep talking here. We'll get back to some playing soon. Almost back. And on alignments for India, I think it wants to see itself as an independent. So it's not going to go into any sort of pseudo-NATO type alliance with anybody. Well, maybe it may be creating local ones like with India, with Nepal and Bhutan. There is a conflict with Burma, so it won't. And Burma's in a 7 to 14 way civil war right now. So, and I don't know what's going to happen with India and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka had been moving to a bit of an alliance with China, but that I think is ended. I don't know. So yeah, India wants to be sort of its own thing. Whether that's good or bad for India, time will tell, but that's how I see India. India could never afford to cut free from Russia energy, so I doubt they'd ever ditch them. No. Okay. I am not saying that India won't buy Russian oil. But I don't think for the near future India expects to buy any weapons from Russia because Russia needs all the weapons it can make. And I don't think Russia looks like to be a viable strategic ally in the sense like either against China or against Iran. Well, Iran is more in the Russian camp, but against Pakistan or anybody else. I think Russia is sort of taken off the table. Will India continue to buy Russian oil? Sure. I'm not saying it won't. I see India, like China, will try to buy the cheapest oil it can, wherever that comes from. Let's see. Anyway, tell you a funny thing about the protest. Okay, let's quickly get this. There is one state in India that is completely unreal. Protesters over there literally went up to the top police chief to complain that there was no proper water cannons or tear gas facilities like that. Arrangements are these. And then things just went totally off the rails. People were out there straight up dancing in the middle of water cannons, stealing police barricades, driving off the police jeeps, and some even managed to steal an entire police bus. Yeah, it sounds a bit crazy. Thomas says, India is so internally divided into classes and various cultures and regions of different potential. It will be wild ride for sure. Yes. Let alone the religious stuff. Oh, yes. No. So this is what I say. Great power status is a thing. But great power status, there are no great powers in Europe. And I'm not talking about Russia. There are no great powers in Europe today. I'm sorry, if you think your nation, Germany, France, Britain is a great power, no. There are none. Because none of these nations can significantly affect things outside of Europe. Okay. China can affect things outside of its region. Russia, and it has major nuclear weapons, and people might be afraid that they use them. Russia is a great power. Not a superpower, but a great power. The U.S. is the only superpower. So I see as great powers are Russia and China and the superpower of America. Europe collectively, if it could agree upon things, could be a great power, but it has decided that it wanted to remove its military to just sort of a shadow. And we only have one naval thing, it looks like, and we sunk a British submarine. Cool. It could decide to be a great power, but it is decided it doesn't want to be. Now, it may change its mind, but it doesn't want to be a great power. They are tired of corruption, the slow judiciary and bureaucracy system, the government failure to provide. 1962. Oh, that would be the war with China. Yeah, thank you, Singh. See, I was right, the 60s. I was taught about rising expectations and how they cause revolts, popular disturbances. Singh, and I know I'm talking out my ass and that I don't know it, but India has one of the better judiciaries and bureaucratic systems. because it's taken it to some degree off of the British. I am sorry, but it is better than Thailand, Burma, Vietnam, Cambodia, China, Laos, Indonesia. Notice I'm skipping Malaya. North Korea, Russia, Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Oman, basically all of Africa. Better than some of Latin America. And I know I'm just talking to you, and there was some one time, we get one or two other Indians here. So don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm not suggesting that India cannot get better than it is. But tearing down the system that you have is not going to bring about a better situation. You can continue to and I know I'm not Indian, but your judiciary system, your bureaucracy, that is not entirely, and I understand it's not entirely, and I know I can't go in and enumerate the details, because I know you had a judiciary of some sort. I don't know too much, but some sort. You definitely had some sort of bureaucracy before the British show up. I know you weren't primitive Africans or something. I understand that. India collectively was a real civilization. I understand that. But it wasn't just muskets and cannons that allowed the British to rule in India. It was British governance. There is value in British governance that the people of India saw. Because when there was the Indian Mutiny that was eventually put down, why? There are more Indians. There are enough Indians, if they just literally wanted to pick up sharp sticks and rocks, they could have killed all the fucking British soldiers that there were in India. Right? And even when there were Indian Army units that had, near modern rifles that revolted, there were units that stayed loyal to the British. And all of India, they were able to put that down. Why? Because enough people understood that being ruled by the British was better than being ruled by certain other, and again, I feel embarrassed to, the Maharathas or the Mughals or the other Rajas and other different princely states, that the British were providing them something that was of value. It wasn't always like a tangible thing, like a musket or an automobile or whatever. It was providing something that is valuable. And you haven't inherited that system. A lot of places in Africa that inherited that system have thrown it out. Some areas more than others. Rhodesia was a fucking functioning country. Yeah, it was racist. But Zimbabwe's still racist. They got rid of all of the white people. Oh, you're just a white person you care about. No, and I keep forgetting all the different, because there was the Zapu and the Zinla, if I remember those correctly. They were basically two different liberation movements. One sort of got its supplies mostly from China, and the other one sort of got its supplies mostly from Russia, that were fighting. But there are also a tribal difference between Mugabe and Nkomo. Mugabe's tribe, and again, I'm sorry I don't remember all these things. Mugabe's tribe win, and they have been oppressing, and they killed off Nkomo. They've been oppressing Nkomo's tribe, and it's a racial, or whatever sort of you want to call it, identity. No, it isn't black versus white. Oh, and other tribes that also existed there that were dominated by those two other big tribes, and I just remember the political leaders' names, actually welcomed the whites in because they were the older residents of, of the region back when the Great Zimbabwe was built. That's big stone ruins. Just stone blocks, rocks piled on each other. It isn't like Egyptian ruins or something. That they predated, but the sort of the Bantu migrations or whatever coming in there dominated them and had already driven them off the good land, and they were living in marginal areas. And when these white guys showed up, oh, wait a minute, they're killing our enemies? Oh, cool. Oh, you mean they're not treating us too badly? They're treating us better than our enemies are treating us? Yeah, of course they're treating the white guys better than they're treating us. We understand that. But they're not treating us that badly? Oh, well, great. We're like pro-white guy. It's sort of like, because they realized that they were in their position, they weren't going to be the guys on top. There weren't enough of them. They weren't advanced enough. Whatever it is, they weren't going to be on top. They knew enough locally that it was going to be this other big tribe or this other big tribe that were going to be the dominant tribes around here, and we're screwed. Okay, well, hey, this new tribe, the white tribe, showed up. Hey, they're not so bad. We'll get behind them and push. So there were ethnic groups in Rhodesia that were fighting for white domination because they knew it was the best practical option. Not maybe the ideal world, the idea that the perfect is the enemy of the good. So yeah, Africa's full of racism to this day. And to an American or to an English person or to a Pole, they may not understand the racism, but these people can see it in the genetic different groups of black people. They may all have black skin, but they can see the facial features as well as the language and other things. That's why you get the Rwandan, massacre here that was killing the Tutsis or whatever it was. Sorry, I forget. That were just going from house to house slaughtering everybody over racial reasons. So, yeah. I you don't know how good you have it, India. And so I know the way to make it better. Because I'm an Anglo, is you identify the individuals, either the individual corrupt judge or the individual corrupt police chief or whatever, and you deal with them. You don't knock the system. The system isn't the problem. Is you find the individuals that are not living up to the system, and you remove them from power within the system, whether that means putting them in jail or just firing them or whatever. And you do so in an orderly manner. You don't do it by riots and storming the police chief's house or the police department or whatever. You may protest. You may, thousands, tens of thousands, you go stand out maybe with signs and saying, we need new police. We need to get rid of the bad guy, whatever, and push that way peacefully, show societal displeasure with corruption. And corruption doesn't always necessarily mean like stealing money. It could just be, I'm hiring my cousin. I'm hiring his best friend. I'm hiring because of reasons, or favoring because of reasons, and not because I'm hiring the best person for the job. And so in some ways, India needs to become a modern part of the world, or it will continue to always be a backward place no matter what. That doesn't mean it needs to become England or America or some other Western country. You can look at Japan as a very good example. During the Meiji Restoration, because they restored the emperor as actually being in charge. And they didn't become Western, but they became modern. It took them a few generations, but they've become modern people. To this day, they are modern people. But they're, you know, and a lot of them love cowboys and American barbecue. Great. But that doesn't mean that they're Americans. So they have truly become a modern people. They culturally, and there's various reasons for it, became modern once the modern world really showed up with Admiral Perry, showed up, with the American fleet to Japan, and they realized, oh shit, we're the fucking primitives. Oh, well, we have 1,000-year cultural history. Yeah, y'all could do great tea ceremonies and have artistic writing and all this other stuff, but you're the fucking primitives. And they decided as a people, somehow culturally, not just one person at the top, but as a people, we're going to be part of this modern world. And it wasn't just about technology. It was also about what's going on inside of the head. Japanese are still very different. I took 3 years of Japanese language in high school. Not too long ago, more than a month, met a guy who actually, he was British, but back at more or less the same time, so he's roughly my age or something. Actually, his language studies took him to Japan for a month or so, or whatever it was, and so we sort of compared notes and whatnot. His Japanese is a little better than mine. Mine is very, very, very limited, and whatnot. But so I understand because you also get in Japanese language classes, educated about Japanese society. So I know that the best of Asian societies. And so, yeah, India needs to get rid of some of its aspects that are unmodern. It doesn't need to become England or America or whatever, but it needs to become a modern state if it wants to be it. And seeing, anyways, gamers. Okay, see you next Saturday. Okay, thanks. Seeing, have a good evening. You see, from my perspective, many people have slave mindsets. They won't do anything. Yep, I understand. That's why I should care that their condition, no unity, absence of support for everyone, and no leadership is why 1857 mutiny failed. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I don't doubt that your reason has some significance. But I think it's the mindset, but it's also it's the mindset of various forms. Okay, keep pushing forward. Oh, we keep talking about firing people who are ruining the country, but the irony is they're the ones running it. According to ADR reports, almost 46% of our elected MPs in Parliament have declared criminal cases, and over 30% are facing serious charges like murder, extortion. Yet people keep. Yep, you get the government you deserve. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You get the government you deserve, for good or bad. You may go, why do we deserve this? I don't know, but you keep voting for it. That's what I mean by you get the government you deserve. You don't vote for a better government. You don't get it. Okay, new war participant. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Okay, guys, well, you've made it to here. Go here. You guys pin them there so they don't get into this province before we can attack. Various paths. And when I say it isn't some like karmic sort of you deserve it because you're bad people or something. No, it's just you deserve it because you don't vote better. Oh, well, let's see. What do we want to do here? They're defending here. They're counterattacking here. They're going to move down to here.
Befehle. Befehle. Achtung. Ausrücken. Ihre
Cut this
Befehle.
way.
Zuhören.
Yeah, we could do that. Hopefully we're not extending too far, too much to get cut off.
Ausrücken.
Oh shit, what? Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh no, you're going here. You unselect him.
Zuhören. Bereit.
You guys attack into here.
Befehle. Bereit zum
You
Ausrücken.
guys march up this way.
Angetreten.
Pushing up.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören.
You guys just delay those
Bereit zum
3
Ausrücken.
divisions that are retreating. That's all you're supposed to do. Okay, up here. Fun times with the Soviets.
Zuhören.
This is hopefully easy to deal with. Heinkel! New trait. What do I want to pick? I like production efficiency gain. Cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're all fighting out there. Good for them. Have fun.
Achtung.
Those guys are fairly organized, so we're going to attack them right now so that before they can get organized, we're going to take them out.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Got that air base. Okay, let's take a look at air power. We haven't done that yet today. All right. Okay, so we're mostly out of the Ukraine, so let's see. Let's move the fighters up. Don't know how good supply is here, but I just wanted to. A little bit here. Oh no, what are we doing? Yeah, they're still going. Well, we moved them into there. Supply ain't so good. Okay, well, that may be an issue.
Ihre Befehle. Angetreten.
Oh goody, these guys have made it to here.
Angetreten. Ausrücken. Angetreten. Bereit. Bereit. Angetreten.
They can support that attack, but I don't want them to leave the province. Okay, out here we've got these guys surrounded.
Bereit.
Okay. You head up there.
Befehle.
You head up there.
Befehle.
You head down here.
Achtung.
You head down here.
Angetreten.
You attack there.
Angetreten.
And yeah, you attack there also.
Befehle.
You drive out along this railroad. You go up here. You cross the river. You attack him there because he is well unorganized.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
You attack there. You come across the river. You come for this town. You come down to here. And they're attacking up there. Good. 2 divisions. Meaning they're not retreating back and we can cut them off maybe. And out here, an inconclusive battle.
Zuhören. Bereit. Zuhören. Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken.
Okay, see ya, Singh. Oh, at the end of the day, only way to survive in India is having enough money, so problems never touch you, plus strong political connections. Otherwise, you're nothing, or 60% of small restaurants. Yeah, well, most small restaurants fail in America too, but maybe for different reasons. Restaurant businesses are not a good investment, in my opinion. Oh, I know your family does well in it, but for a lot of people it doesn't work well. Yeah, that's unfortunately the way of the world, but let's see. You 2 divisions. Yeah, push right that way. So there's Moscow.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Angetreten. Angetreten. Bereit. Bereit zum
Keep
Ausrücken.
pushing north.
Zuhören. Bereit. Zuhören. Bereit.
Those guys are stopped. You cross the river.
Zuhören.
Pin them to allow the Romanians and the Hungarians to fill in the gaps. Well,
Befehle.
Stalingrad calls. Stalingrad calls. We go. We may have another Stalingrad situation by rushing into Stalingrad, but we're going for it. Uh-oh.
Bereit.
Well, they're pretty badly organized, so maybe we'll punch through those guys. Okay.
Ihre Befehle.
You're changing direction. You're going that way now.
Achtung.
Gotta get across that river.
Befehle.
Let's defend there for the moment. Okay, you guys now attack because they're disorganized. Get into the Crimea. I think I'm cooking against the USSR. Probably not. Well, keep trying. Keep trying. I mean, it's just the way to do this.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Zuhören.
Let's go up to the top up here, see again how we're doing against the Soviets in their pocket. Come on, Finns, a little help, please.
Achtung.
Oh, goody.
Angetreten.
Okay.
Achtung.
You attack here, you attack
Befehle.
here. Guys,
Ausrücken.
here.
Achtung.
Guys, here,
Befehle.
here.
Bereit.
Guys, join this fight.
Befehle. Befehle. Bereit. Zuhören. Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Angetreten. Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung. Ihre Befehle.
Yes, Stalingrad calls, so we go.
Achtung. Achtung. Ausrücken. Bereit. Ausrücken. Bereit. Zuhören. Ausrücken. Bereit. Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Zuhören. Zuhören.
Hello, Jamil Peter. How you doing? I am from the USA. I live currently in Arizona, if that's interesting to you.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Don't attack.
Achtung.
You guys attack down into there. Oh goody, these guys are now moving. Okay, we'll let them get there and then we'll find out what we find there. All of you attack into there. Join that battle.
Ihre Befehle.
But I wanted to see what happened once we made it across the straits there. Or the isthmus. Oh, I'm doing very good. I've also been talking to Arno, I know, but I'm going to say I'm doing very good. No docking rights. What's going on out here at sea? Okay, we sunk a British submarine. Inconclusive. Other inconclusive. Oh, 2 British submarines and a Soviet destroyer. And we're having a battle currently. Looks like we've sunk 1. What is that? Australian convoy. Submarines are operating. Well, very good. Yeah, we lost 2 planes, sunk a submarine with that.
Ihre Befehle.
Okay, dash, 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 dash.
Angetreten.
You go down there to lock that in. You
Angetreten.
come along here. You no, I didn't move you because of
Zuhören.
supply reasons.
Zuhören. Ihre Befehle.
These guys should attack there because they're fairly organized, and you can join that attack. Connect up the railways once. Advance.
Bereit.
Continues.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Bereit
Push,
zum
push,
Ausrücken.
push.
Ausrücken.
Just started playing the game, and I was hoping to getting some info by watching. Well, I hope you do. I sort of have a micromanagement play style, in that I like to, as you can see here, play all the details out. Whether that's helpful for you or not, I don't know, but that's how I like to play.
Zuhören.
Okay, well now you
Angetreten.
get moving there as well. Go for Stalingrad. Okay, good.
Angetreten.
You guys go that way.
Ausrücken.
You push down towards Sevastopol.
Ihre Befehle. Ihre Befehle. Bereit. Ausrücken.
Okay, well, we got these forces pocketed, so let's counterattack into there and try to crush the pocket.
Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Support that attack. You two join that attack.
Zuhören. Befehle.
Let's pause. Let me read the chat here. Not a normal person says, if I cap the Soviets, will legionary Romania give me territory? Yes, that there is a post-war settlement process there. Just read there's only about 7 million people in Arizona. Will there ever be more? Well, the state is growing in population. The biggest limitation here, I would say, is water. There is definitely a water issue here. Imagine having fusion power and massive desalination, one could turn the place into a forest. Yes, with desalination you have to manage the salt. A lot of places don't manage it well. Arizona, well, the closest place, and we'd have to go conquer Mexico, or not all of Mexico, but some of northern Mexico to get to the Gulf of Baja California to get salt water here effectively. Could be done. Mexico's not that difficult to conquer, of course. Or, you know, I'm not saying conquer all of it, just grab up some of northern Mexico here. That we could do easy, if we chose to.
Achtung. Bereit.
You joined back in, so we're pushing hard for Stalingrad. Okay, you guys are across the river here.
Bereit.
The weakest ones start moving here.
Befehle. Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle.
You support that attack, so we're hitting from there, but not withdrawing. Now much of the USSR too, I need to take for. Yeah, you got to do a lot of that. Well, you're doing better, not a normal person. Mexico comes with Mexicans. Be careful what you wish for. Well, I'll tell you what. Most Mexicans are here. Oh, I live next door to Mexicans, literally. They're great people, okay? I'm not anti-Mexican. I am a born native Californian. I've always had Mexicans around me. Many of them Mexican Americans, which are different. Now, I'm talking to Mexicans here that they barely speak English. I don't know what their legal status is. They could even be American citizens, but some of them barely speak English at all. Some of them, well, the one high school kid that I've talked to a few times, he speaks English like a Mexican American, you know, meaning a slight Mexican accent, but speaks English very well. Most of Mexico or Mexican citizens had lived in this area here. This is supposedly, because it's fairly high altitude, but fairly far south, it's very nice weather. Very nice up in these highlands up here. Very nice. Until the NAFTA treaty back in the 90s, this part of Mexico was very underpopulated. And most of the people that live up here now have come since the 90s, and they live right along certain places along the U.S. border. Outside of that, most of this area is pretty empty. So the guy fucked up. I forget who it was that was negotiating the treaty to the end of the Mexican-American War. He was supposed to get, well, not all the way down here to whatever, down at the bottom of this here. I know Chihuahua was over here, but wasn't supposed to get all of this, but supposed to get up here and maybe all of Baja. He did not. He messed that up. The U.S. has paid for a lot of the territory here, including the Gladstone Purchase, which is sort of, you see this along here and south of this river. They actually bought that Mexico willingly sold that to the U.S. So, yeah, as you can see, this is Arizona. This river here no longer really flows this way. It sort of flows this way now because they take the Colorado River, divert a bunch of it to get down into Phoenix. Very little water actually flows down into here. Because Nevada and California take a bunch of the Colorado River water, and Arizona takes most of what's left, and obviously up north of into Utah up here is awfully, so you're taking some of the other water. So we have a water problem. There are a lot fewer people living in New Mexico than Arizona, and you can see they're basically the same size and very similar geography. More, not quite that desert. I don't know if there's an intermediate desert here, but there's much less water. So this has only like 1/3 the population that Arizona has. So yeah, we have a water problem, and so I'm not worried. I don't want to conquer all of Mexico because I have that feeling. I personally, not what I think is going to happen, but I personally have mixed feelings about Canada. From a cultural standpoint, I think it is good that Canada is independent. This way, the people dissatisfied with being an American can go to Canada. I think more of them that don't like America should go to Canada. They mostly speak English. They're trying to change that, of course. They're trying to import people from anywhere that doesn't speak English. But Americans should head up there. Now, strategically, I want America to have Canada because the polar stuff, and it's a strategical, asset. But as a cultural thing, I think it's good for Canada to be independent. So I have mixed feelings. I do not want to directly conquer Latin America and turn it into the U.S. These areas are really very empty, and of course you would need to deal with the cartels. And I'm just talking about the sort of border desert regions because of Baja. Strategically, and having a few more Mexicans would not be a bad thing. All of the illegal alien Mexicans, they gotta go, and they can go back to Mexico. So yeah, and you go, yeah, Andrew, yeah, and you're being, expansionist. Yeah, I am. A lot of Americans are. I don't think people realize this. Now we don't see ourselves as evil. We just see this as a territorial. Yeah, we should own it. And so, yeah, I was born, in California. I'm now in Arizona. California is going crazy. So, I'm used to, as you can maybe tell from my voice, very Anglo, but I grew up around a certain amount of Mexicans, and Mexican food was always served in my household, not just going to Taco Bell. But, so yeah, I'm not uncomfortable around Mexicans. I don't want to live in a majority Mexican area because that's Mexico with just some white people. I totally respect the traditional Mexican Americans. They were here. I have no problem with them. It's all of the illegal aliens and their children and all these other people. I have a bit of a problem with them because there's too many coming north. That is a different thing than just that, San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco. St. Francisco The Angels. St. James, that's what this stands for. Now, Phoenix is the name of a bird, or a mythical bird, we're seeing here. But, and Las Vegas, the Vegas. I don't know what Vegas stands for right offhand. So Los and Los. So yeah, this has always been part of me. I am not one of these Americans out here that have trouble with Mexican/Spanish things. I am a Southwesterner. So yeah, I'm definitely not a native of Arizona, just been here a few years, but I'm a native of this part of America. So, and there's not, when we're talking about the traditional, because I'm like third generation Californian, when we're talking about the traditional people out here, there's not much difference between Arizonans and Californians. All the various incoming people, including from, everywhere else in America, they're different than the true locals. So I fit in here as much as I fit in over here, basically. Other than, I'm new city patterns. So if I moved from, so I had been living in the Los Angeles area. If I had moved down to San Diego, I'd be learning a new, where all the roads and cities are, but towns, that kind of thing. Now I even get history lessons. Yes, hello. Yeah, I do lots of history lessons while playing. That's very much what I do here. For those that are new, please remember to follow or subscribe, depending if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. I'm live now on both at the same time. Basically, I play historical games mostly. Hearts of Iron, mostly Hearts of Iron 4 right now, but I have played a lot of Hearts of Iron 3. And on Sundays, we play War Thunder. We, as in a group, people come in and play with me. But I talk about history, historical things, my ideas about things. That's as much a reason to be here. So if you just want gameplay, I'm not the channel for you. Love to have you here, but I may not be the channel for you. But if you like sort of history and games and whatnot, and sometimes I'll play Strategic Command and we'll be doing World War I, or Strategic Command and their American Civil War game. And I also stream for Slitherine TV, one of several streamers there. That Slitherine is a publisher of war games, and I stream for them professionally as well too. Just once or twice a week for them mostly. Okay, let's catch up with the rest of the chat. Okay, he's captured, not the normal person, he's captured Moscow and Leningrad, and they're 75% towards capitulation. Very good. Let's see. Very good. I understand that much, but it's great. Good evening. And hello. How do I say this? Oh, pain in the ass. Okay, hello, pain in the ass. How you doing? I had to parse that out. Can you please play the game? We'll get back to the game in just a moment. Yes. But I want to catch up on the chat here. Doing good. Las Vegas means the Meadows. Oh, cool. Thank you, Thomas. Just Googled it. Yeah. Oh, I've been to Vegas a lot of times. I used to go there all the time for work and other reasons. Good reasons to play. Germany, yes. 3% gameplay, 90%. Yes. Ranting, yapping, history. That's it. And I do, I'm staying. It's great. Well, great. We like that. But I do play the game too sometimes. So the reason I have this channel is because I like talking to you guys. I do not think I'm the greatest player or the player you're going to learn the most from, but I hope I'm a fun and interesting person to hang out with while we talk history and society and all that kind of good stuff. Send this division up that way. Let's send these 4 across over to here. Is it socialite? Hello, Mr. Supreme. I don't know exactly how you mean that, socialite. Definitely not a socialist. Very much against that. Okay, you guys all push on him, and you push on him. Yeah, no, I am 100% against illegal immigration. I want the American people, through its representatives, we elect them, to determine the levels of immigration, whether that's 0 or huge amounts. It should be up to us, not anybody else, not who gets to cross the, who can, you know, cross the border or something. It should be up to us, the American people, as to how many people we let in. And it should be up to us to say, should we let in a lot or a few, or people from this country or not, and not from this other country, or whatever the parameters are. We should be the ones determining it. So I am 100% against illegal immigration. Electrify the wall. Hell, dig a moat and put sharks with laser beams. You know, whatever it takes to stop it. You know, machine guns. I am that serious about it. And I'm not joking when I say things like that. Obviously, the sharks, if we could put salt water, would be fine. But with laser beams, they'd probably be killing each other as much as anything else. So, yeah, maybe sharks with laser beams are joking. But, yeah, I am very serious about the idea that we should stop all illegal immigration. And then we should talk about how much legal immigration we should have. Right now I would close all immigration, not all tourism, but all immigration until we got the illegal immigration sorted out. You know, get rid of them. But, and that's until, you know, tourism is one thing. Well, Sunday is sort of our German day, because we have several Germans that play War Thunder with us. Well, one of them is Swiss German. I don't know if that counts, but yeah. Attacking with infantry in the forest, which I think is a good thing. You're not in the forest, so you attack with your armor that way. You can come up here. You can cross the river. Just get rid of this. Oh, shit. No, I don't want you coming down here. What the hell? No, you're supposed to cross the river. Damn. Okay. I thought I put you to come here. Cross there. Okay, we can do more production. We need, and I'll just show you guys still. We are really bad on support equipment. I know we have fewer, but as a percentage, it's worse on support equipment. Also, artillery is pretty bad too. So, no, I want to come here. Let's fully populate this out if we can with support equipment production. Well, all these guys will be coming into production soon. Let's see what. In the very old days, the only immigration allowed was fertile young women. Nowadays, you want some scientists and inventors too, but it's a very emotional topic everywhere right now. Yes, it's an emotional topic. I think it's only right and proper the people of whatever country yes, through their elected governments, decide what levels of immigration they want. I think people are waking up to bringing in large amounts of very different people. And I think that's causing lots and lots of problems. You go to here, you come to here.
Ihre Befehle? Bereit!
Okay, well,
Ihre Befehle?
you and you attack there.
Bereit zum
You
Ausmarsch.
attack down here.
Angetreten. Angetreten.
You join the attack there. Anti-sub and sub warfare are going on. We have a battle going out here. Okay, looks like we got 2 convoys here sunk. Do the Americans still like Trump? Yeah, I would say the majority of Americans still like Trump. "30% will just hate whatever Trump does. Whatever he does, he's against it. You will literally find commentators on TV, not just, again, people in their basement. I live in my secret mountain base up in Arizona, not in a basement, but I'm talking about actual people on TV that will a year or so ago be complaining that Trump is doing nothing about Iran, and now they're complaining that he's bombing Iran. They're just complaining about Trump, whatever he does. So about 30% is just like, whatever Trump must be doing, it must be bad. Trump did not make a good case for why he's doing what he's doing in Iran. Trump is a bit older than me. Trump remembers the 444 days when Iran held our hostages and has been at war with the United States since then. At things like the Iranian parliament, they have shouted death to America. This is not just some street protest out there somewhere saying death to some country. Because, I could probably get, if I worked at it a bit, 10 people with me to go on some street corner and say death to some country. I could probably find, not that hard, find 10 people that we will agree that we want to destroy some country, I don't know, death to Israel would be it would be easy, but we could easily find some people that would come around and carry signs, death to whatever country. But we're talking about the official government establishments in Iran that it basically said to death to America. So I take that as being a de facto declaration of war. And they organized, so I would put them as responsible for when they blew up the Marine barracks. A friend of mine who was a Marine was sitting on board a ship when that barracks was blown up. And he was part of the rescue and recovery team. He wasn't at that moment stationed. He was going to be, and definitely moved ashore and whatnot to deal with the barracks attack. But a friend of mine was there at that time. And very recently, the Houthis, you've probably all heard about the Houthi attacks on shipping, which are starting up again. But early on in the attacks, for like about 6 months, there was a single Iranian commercial vessel doing figure eights right about here. You can follow it on the AIS track back then. It's the same vessel for about, months, doing a figure 8 here. What it was doing was sending targeting information to the Houthis. And this was an Iranian-flagged vessel. Now, I don't know if there was literally an Iranian, IRGC guards guy pushing finger on the button, but there was definitely one standing behind him saying, okay, target that ship. Yeah, you're saying it in probably Arabic or Farsi or some language, probably not English, but saying target that ship. So, yeah, it was sort of kind of using proxy forces, but attacking, and they did launch, though they didn't hit any American naval vessels. I think the whole Houthi operation, which started after the sinking of the Moskva by the Ukrainians, I think the whole Houthi operation was Iran testing its ability to sink ships. And it found out that it really can't sink American naval vessels. Not that it's impossible. Not that they won't put a hole in one. Oh, also, I believe the Cole, the USS Cole, which was a destroyer that was sunken, or not sunk, had a big hole blown in the side of it when it was in harbor in Aden. I believe that was also an Iranian-sponsored attack. Now that they put it on a recovery ship that actually floated the whole destroyer back to the U.S. to be repaired. But it killed, 12 people or something. So Iran has been attacking us since 1979, off and on. Oh, and they also obviously sponsored a bunch of the Shiite Arabs down here and attacking us during the Iraq occupation and also during the Afghan occupation. So even when we're not occupying, countries in this area, they have been attacking us. Yeah, there may be reasons why some Americans think we should abandon the Middle East, and I disagree. But yeah, I can see some of their point. But Iran has been attacking us. Trump needed to make that case better. He really, really did. But he hasn't. So that is why a lot of even his supporters don't like the war. They're still, most of them I would say are still staying supporters, but they don't like the war. Now, I don't like the way the war is going, but that doesn't mean I don't like the war. I don't want to send in, armored divisions and occupy Tehran. But they've been attacking us for so long that we've mostly done nothing directly back to them. Because we could have, long time ago, just put on an embargo, stopping any ships that had called at an Iranian port from leaving and other things. And yeah, we don't have to, the war doesn't need to be the idea that we got to go in and, boots on the ground and take it. No, we can just go, nothing Iranian, or ships that have come in or out of Iran, because since we have satellites, we can see all of it. You can't lie to us. If you've come through, in or out of Iran, if you say you're going to Iran, now you could lie to us and then quickly dash in. Okay, we might not be able to stop that, but we don't ever have to let you back out. We can just capture the ships. And our naval power is we can sit out here forever and hold this. We can do that. The U.S. can afford to do that. And we can continue to strike targets in Iran. And I don't know if they're going to do anything more serious than they would have already tried to do, to the U.S. at least. They have definitely put out hit lists to kill off American presidents and other things like that. So, yeah. It's not that. The Epstein stuff was mishandled. I'll entirely agree with that. I'm not against normal. Come our land, respect tradition. Yeah. It's part of it is just because there are so many illegals from so many very foreign places. Like, what the fuck does Somalia have to do with America? Yeah, I know. You killed our chopper when we were trying to fucking feed you. But why do we have Somalis? I have good friends that are Filipino. The U.S. and the Philippines has a long tradition together. Okay, I understand why we have Filipino immigrants. Though I still don't want all of the Philippines showing up in America either. To everything there's a balance. So the idea that we have a lot of Haitians, what the hell does America have to do other than geographical proximity to Haiti? Haitians, they're not Americans. They've never been part of America. We've never really, yeah, in the 50s once a little bit we tried to help with the stabilization thing. Get rid of the Haitians. They're not Americans. They're not part of our history. Like earlier talking about, from, Texas getting its independence to then becoming a state and then later expansion. Obviously, there's Mexican Americans as part of our history and tradition, But huge amounts of Mexicans showing up here. And notice I've changed from Mexican Americans to Mexicans. Yes, they may have children that technically may be American citizens, but does that really make them Americans? That are showing up in here? No, that's not part of America. And I'm not saying a Mexican American has to live down in the Southwest. I'm just saying that this is where the Mexican Americans start from and are in their biggest majority. It's all the damn Mexicans that have flooded everywhere else in the United States. That's different. And that's not with our permission. That's just people flooding in. And so that is making me very hostile to any immigration until we get all this under control. And that doesn't mean stopping it. It means getting rid of all of these people and their children that have come in illegally. Most of my life, I've had Mexican-American friends, acquaintances, business worker, work in the same business that I am, or whatever. I don't have a problem with Mexican-Americans. I don't have a problem with a certain amount, some, Mexican legal immigration. Some of the most American flag-waving people that I've met in my life have been people of very Mexican descent. I'm thinking of several, I'm not going to name names, and they're very much American flag-waving people, not Mexican flag-waving people. And that one of them was routinely putting out, he lived in a very white suburb, routinely putting out an American flag on a flagpole in front of his house. Very proud to be an American. And I've known people from other parts of the world that have that same sentiment. Those people I don't have a single problem with. It's all these other flooding in people that we're getting overrun with that I have a problem with. Wants to get rid of all borders. Yeah, I'm against those people getting rid of borders. To Tom as well, Thomas. Yes, I am just saying stupid shit. Sometimes he means well, though. Well, I don't know if I always mean well. Yeah, Epstein stuff in this town. Just going through the chat. Trump does things who people think everyone must do, but nobody has to do it. Yeah, I think I understand that. Iran sponsors it sponsors so much terrorism in the Middle East. Yes, that stuff the news in Germany don't tell us. They're just bad. Yeah, I would agree. I have a bunch of friends in Europe that I talk to routinely. Actually, 2 of them are coming this November to spend a couple of weeks with me here in Arizona. I'm sure you'll be hearing a little bit about that. One of them is also a YouTuber. And he may make it. Well, we're planning a few video stuff there for his YouTube channel while he's here. So yeah, it's just Trump bad from everything I hear about there. Yeah, they have no warships anymore. Yes. What do you think about that in Germany, the National Socialism is not allowed, but communism is? I understand that. Okay. Because I know history. We had to denazify Germany. Okay. If you look at both secret recordings and other things, the Germans, well, let's just say Goering, Speer, Donitz, Hess, who was brought out of confinement from Britain and brought for the Nuremberg trials and these other captured people, they were talking very much amongst themselves that they were absolutely required to run Germany, and that the U.S. was going to, and this was very much Goering's position, because Goering was for the For the first time, he was denied his drugs long enough. He was getting off being in a drug stupor because Hermann Goering got hooked on opiates from being wounded in the groin, shot in the groin, not in his dick, but down there, during the Munich push back in 23. And he had been hooked to one degree or another on opiates since that point. Goering supposedly was a very smart man. But as the war goes on, he gets more and more in an opium haze, and maybe other drugs too. But and so he's no longer mentally, as capable to run things as he could be. Oh, we got 2 new Panzer divisions. Let's send them east. I want them down here. I think, yes. On the train, go. So Goering was, and I get that doesn't, me saying he's smart doesn't mean that I like him or think he's a good guy, but just that he's smart. They really thought they were essential to run Germany. America, and also the Soviets, but America was not going to have any of that. So we had a denazification program. The U.S. believes its ideology is the best ideology and believes that if everyone gets exposed to it on the planet properly, everybody's just going to go, oh my God, you're right. We were so wrong. We agree with everything that, the American philosophy, which in reality is not the case. We can look at, say, the Islamicists. They believe in Allah and Muhammad and Islam, and it should rule the world. Okay, not everybody agrees with America. America is wrong with that. But so America believes that civilized countries, you should have open debate and be able to believe that. To a point, I believe it too. But, and here's the but, I would keep communists away from children. Meaning if you're a communist, or I believe you're a communist, you should not be near other people's children. Not that you can't have your own, but you should not be a school teacher or a school principal. We should not have communists in the media. We should not have communists in the government. Doesn't mean you can't be a communist, but if we detect that you are a communist, you should be kicked out of working for the U.S. government. Okay? I believe that to my core, because I believe communism is something that is antithetical, meaning communism cannot exist under the United States Constitution, right? Because the United States Constitution basically guarantees freedom of property. I know we don't say property, we say happiness, because the slaves. I mean, that's literally sort of why it was. Because it was life, liberty, and property was John Locke's belief. The fundamental principles, you had your fundamental principle to your life. The government couldn't take it without good reason, arbitrarily. You had to there had to be a trial. Now, obviously there's, a disturbance in interaction, a police officer, saying, stop, don't stab that person, and shooting a person in, with a knife and whatnot, and shooting somebody in the immediate action. Okay, we're not talking about that, but we're talking about outside of an emergency type situation. You have your right to your life unless you go through a judiciary process and under an understanding of, oh, hey, you're a murderer. Oh, we get to execute you now because we've determined that you are murder through a trial, and we get to execute you now. Well, okay, so we can deprive you of life, but only with that. Second, liberty. We are in essence a free person. Now, how far does that liberty go? America, it's pretty damn far philosophically. Obviously, you cannot do things that clearly hurt other people. Meaning I can't just destroy your fence in your house because I don't like it there. Because it's your fence. I can't harm you just because I feel like it, right? So now that's sort of the extreme in that you can do just about anything you want. Other people believe that, well, generally you have responsibilities in society. So long as you fulfill those responsibilities, you've got liberty. And like one of these things is the draft. You still need to, though a lot of people don't, if you're a male, register for the draft. And we still believe that, oh, hey, and we haven't actively drafted anybody since the Vietnam War. When I turned 18, I had to register for the draft. I now old enough that I wouldn't be drafted, but I registered for the draft. So we believe, generally speaking, that the government, you have the responsibility if you're a male. This is why feminists are bullshit. They don't want equal rights because they don't have to, and none of the feminists have ever of any significance. I'm not talking about some writer in some magazine that you could pull up from 1970. I'm talking generally, none of them saying that women should also be drafted. Oh, I remember when she's actually sort of Republican, one little spindly woman. You don't want me running around in the trenches, and she's a spindly little woman. Well, we could draft her, and she should sit at a computer and fly a drone. You know, and we can even move her, in theater, and she can fly a drone. She doesn't need to climb over any bushes. She can be flying a drone and get zapped. An enemy flying a drone into her, base and be killed. We don't necessarily need to draft people that are going to be commandos. They can just be involved in whatever that we need to draft somebody for, a war, but maybe something else, and be drafted for that. And you have to do the work necessary because maybe we have some other national program that we're going to draft people for. And it doesn't require a lot of physical effort. And so some spindly little woman or land whale could sit in a chair and run a computer, but they just won't draft women. So feminists do not want equality. They want all of the privileges that males may have in our society, but none of the male duties that go along with those privileges. I don't think women really want true equality, like I'm saying, whether you're a feminist or not. I think some are not feminists, and some go, fuck no, I don't want to be drafted. I'm willing to be whatever. Now, should women vote? Probably. But, if you're not going to be drafted, see, this is the thing. If you're not yourself, and I know most of the people that are elected are too old to be drafted, but the idea is they have at least gone with men, whether they've been drafted or not, they've at least registered for the draft. And they know people like them will be drafted in if the decisions, and it can actually even be a decision not to go to war in, I don't know, Korea or something, that then later on in 10, 15 years may cause a bigger war that we get attacked. I don't know, somebody's submarine starts sinking our ships. Chinese submarines are sinking American flag ships. And that causes a bigger war because we didn't fight a smaller war in Korea or something like that. Because women are not liable for the draft, why should they be allowed to make decisions that will affect whether people are drafted or not? And not just whether there's a draft, but whether, we go to war or not, or do we send we don't want to send lethal aid to Ukraine or something like that. Well, by sending lethal aid to Ukraine, we might keep the war from spreading, and so that we won't have to draft any Americans. But if the war spreads too much, we may have to draft Americans. So women, to be allowed to vote and definitely allowed to hold office, they have to be subject to the same requirements men do. Or it is not right. Morally, societally, strategically, So either you draft women, like Israel does, or they don't vote. That is my position. So should women be voting? Right now, no, because they're not drafted or liable for the draft. But if all women under the age of, 35 or whatever, needed within 3 months to go sign up for the draft, I don't know how many of them would still want to vote. Now, maybe most of them, and knowing that they all have to. I mean, you don't have the opt-out choice. Unless the opt-out choice is for life. You decide at the age of 18, or if you're 32 right now or whatever, you decide for life. Now, probably most of the 32-year-olds would do it, figuring that, because I think it's 35 or something, is the top age for drafting or something. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. But, figure would probably not be drafted in the next 2 years. But you would have to decide for life whether if you don't sign up for the draft, you will never be able to vote in America or hold office. And that also goes with people becoming American citizens. If you are not of draft age, you can become a semi-American citizen, in my opinion, but you don't get to vote. Because I'm sorry, if you've showed up here at 50 years of age, and you've lived here for the 5, 10 years, whatever it is, and passed the citizenship test and want to become a citizen, fine, but not fine. Meaning, I don't want you voting because you are a foreigner. You may love America, truly love America, and have great opinions on things that I agree with, but I really don't want you voting because you've lived 50 years. Let's presume you're not going to live to be more than 100. You've lived more than half of your life outside of America. Now, if you show up at 5 years old or at 20 years old, you spend some time, like 20 years old, after, 5 years or something minimum you need to be here and then pass the citizenship test. Well, okay, because now you've still got most of your life ahead of you, and at 25, you sign up for the fucking draft. And that is the citizenship requirements that go back to Athens, Sparta, Rome, and this is very much what the founders were looking at, those literal constitutions of those nations. All of those nations, if you were a citizen of Athens, you were liable for the draft. If you were a Spartan, you were already in the military. You had every Spartan male was in the military constantly for his lifetime until he was incapacitated. That was Sparta. Rome, again, all Roman citizens until late empire or something, But during the Republic period of the Roman Republic, before Augustus becomes Augustus, I keep blanking. I connecting his two names. Augustus. Maybe somebody in chat will say it. Hello, repeat. Whatever his birth name was, Caesar's nephew, who he adopts. But Augustus, because Augustus is really the start of the empire with Caesar's, obviously. But during its Republican phase, all Roman male citizens were part of their malicious type army. Not all of them were dedicated legionnaires, no, but they were all liable for the draft. And that is our tradition out of America. That is where America... Octavian, thank you, repeat. Thank you, knew somebody would know it, or they looked it up. Either way, great. Octavian. And I just disassociate for some reason those two names. Augustus is his sort of reign name or whatever he takes. But yes, Octavian. So, and this is where our founders, which were very much, there were a few Scottish people, but were very much, English, Anglo-Scots, whatever you want to call the group of people, were very much that. But then they very much looked also at the Greeks, but very much at Rome and mixed the two. So instead of a king, they had a president. Instead of a House of Lords, they had a Senate, which back at that time, our Senate had about the same power as the House of Lords at the time. So we were more of an meritocracy, more of, a lot of senators back in the day were not voted in by the people. They were voted in by the legislature of a particular state, things like that. But it's very much American foundation, and its idea of citizenship is very much a mix of English sort of viewpoints. And the English, if you look at the English or the Anglo-Saxon, you can look at their sort of, I don't know if they called it the thing, that I know some of the Norse called it, but they very much had a populist idea of, they did have a king, and there were some nobility, most assuredly, but they very much had a collective citizen warrior ethos with, sort of, people in a particular region getting together at a particular spot and making decisions, including about war. Now, they had Normanism, the Normans coming in and imposing on even a different, what we think of as a more classical feudal structure. There was a pseudo-feudal, somewhat feudal society before. And they weren't all, again, royal houses very much were going to be ruling, but it changes. But we're very much coming out of that Anglo-Saxon tradition and the traditions of the Roman Republic, because they see the empire is going off the rails. And we're very much in those traditions. So yeah, life, yes, liberty, generally speaking, though even I think John Locke, who they're getting a lot of this from, also they're getting it from Hobbes, but Locke and Hobbes, more John Locke. Yeah, even he recognizes, I'm not a big scholar on Locke, but he recognizes there is civic responsibility and duties. It's not just all pure freedom. Everybody just go be hippies if they want to. No, there is responsibilities within society. But just where is it? So there is something of a collective nature, but we're not collectivists like the Russians are, or the more extreme Chinese or Japanese are. Those societies are much more communal / collectivist. Okay, so life, liberty. And Locke's third was the right to your property. The right, the natural, or God, whether you believed in God or you just believed that we are a natural, beings, that part of nature, that there is no necessary higher being of creation, but whether it is a natural right or a God-given right, whichever term you prefer, you had the right to your property. The biggest problem with that was the slaves. Were they humans or were they property? Were they citizens? Maybe more correctly, not whether they were humans, but were they citizens or were they property? And they very much, the Americans recognize, not all humans are citizens. So the Indians, some were citizens. Yes, some were citizens. But most of them weren't. Okay, so those were, and they're sort of codified a bit later on that they are citizens, but a few generations down the road. So, but at the founding, most Indians were not citizens. Okay, so they're inhabiting territories that were claimed by the U.S. Because still France, and then Spain, and then back to France was owning a bunch here, and of course Britain was claiming a bunch over here, and the Spanish were claiming down in Florida. So but in the areas that were either directly occupied, now some of these Indians down here had been rather Anglified and they were citizens, but a lot of the Indians that were sort of out here in the territories that we're claiming and were colonizing, they weren't citizens. They did not have citizens' rights, meaning if there wasn't a peace treaty, we could just go kill an Indian because they were not protected under law. We're talking before the American Civil War. You could just go in and kill some Indians because they're just not us. Laws protected Americans. You couldn't just go killing another American because that would be against the law. It wasn't illegal just to go kill a non-citizen. Now, if you went across the border and killed a British person, well, since we had civilized relationships, well, they would ask, hey, George Smith just killed somebody. He fled to America. We want him back so that we can try him. And we probably go, okay, because we don't want a war with Britain, right? So, okay, we send him back. And we reasonably trusted that they were actually going to give him a fair trial and not just somebody claiming that George Smith killed him because he was a convenient scapegoat or something for the incident. And we sort of kind of have to see some level of evidence that, oh, yeah, there's a bunch of eyewitnesses. It was George Smith. He'll get a fair trial. Okay, you can have him back. You can do it and then do whatever you want with him if you convict him. But the Indians, obviously, we did not have that. Some were a bit more civilized than others and whatnot, yes. But the non-citizen Indians, an American could legally, go get on a boat and go to Russia and kill 25 Russians. Now, that's against Russian laws, and if the Russians catch him, they can do whatever they want with them, obviously, because that. And, of course, if the Indian caught you, they can skin you and do whatever they want with you. It's not like they didn't have the ability to protect themselves, but they were not protected under American law. So it's not really whether the slaves were people, but were they citizens? That is where the dispute was. So instead of saying property, they said happiness. But if you look at all of the scholarly work, they really sort of mean you get property. Because I'll tell you what, money can't buy you love, but it can buy you guns. And it's almost as good as love. So, hey, right to property. Now, we have ways to deny somebody their property. Eminent domain, the government can come in. Now, under eminent domain, they're supposed to, and there's been controversies over this, and some stuff has gone to the Supreme Court, generally citing on the individual's rights, but is like, oh, hey, it's supposed to be if there's a serious public need, like, oh, hey, we've got to build a highway through this part of the city. Yes, there are houses. Yes, there are businesses. But for the good of the community, it's necessary for us to build a highway, and we've determined that this is the best path. Sorry. But we need to compensate you at a fair market value for your property, maybe a bit more for relocation fees, like to buy another house and move, and then we can take that property. But you still, in essence, have a right to it, because you have to go through a procedure. You have to show that why eminent domain is necessary. And, like I say, pay for the property and like moving fees and whatnot. You may not have a choice, but you still have certain rights. And when we nationalize businesses under national emergencies, during World War II, during COVID, we didn't really nationalize them under COVID, but we required them to manufacture certain things under COVID. Okay. So there are measures in which the government can deny you your property, but they have to go through the procedure because you have that right to property, right? Okay. May or may not, under communism, you may or may not have the right to your life. You definitely do not have the right to liberty because they can take stuff from you. They can tell you where you need to work. They can tell you basically how to live your life. And, of course, depending on whose communism you're talking about, because there's different flavors of it. It all tastes bad to me. But under certain flavors of communism, you might have the right to what they would call personal property, but not to the means of production. As one of the commentators, is this video, which obviously is just less than 20 people watching right now live, according to the stats I'm getting. But let's just presume if there are a few thousand people listening live, okay, this is a means of production, of entertainment. Entertainment is a useful thing for humanity. There was even entertainment I don't know if there was much under the Mao, because Mao was going crazy, but through most of the Soviet Union time, most of it, there was a certain amount of entertainment as a societal good. So the means of production, obviously something like food or clothing or whatever is a more critical means of production. But does this microphone belong to me because it is used as part of the means of production to produce a show? and again, mine is so small it doesn't matter, but if we had a bigger one here, does this belong to me, or does this belong collectively to the people because it is a means of production? So where does private property, can you own your own apartment or your own house in communism or not? And it depends on the flavor of communism you're talking about, as opposed to just simply the means of production. The fields full of food, the factories producing something. Where do you draw the line? And again, different communism is different. But that's still, even because if you go, hey, through my family's hard work, maybe multiple generations, yeah, I've inherited it, but it's multiple generations of building this factory. Well, you didn't do it all by yourself. Of course not. But I organized it up. I had the knowledge, or my ancestors had the knowledge, and I've maintained the knowledge of maintaining that organization, making sure enough of the employees are happy enough that they want to work here, making sure they get paid, making sure I get paid when I sell something, make sure I'm making something good enough that people want to pay me for it. All of that. And this is what the communists don't understand. They just see capitalist and exploiter. But every time the communists go in and eliminate, whether kill or put in gulags or whatever, the people who know how to run things, everything starts to fall apart. But there really is a specialty knowledge in being able to run different types of businesses. And running a big farm is different than running a big factory, although there's overlap in running things. There are real knowledge here. And some businesses do take generations to create. But it is the responsibility of an individual or a small group of individuals. So their right of ownership of that property is denied under communism. So we've determined that under communism, you do not have the right to liberty and you do not have the right to your property. So communism, under the American, I know we're still talking about Germany and what you're allowed to say or not say. I haven't forgotten the core question. We're determining that communism is antithetical to the American Constitution. And we sort of kind of put in to what at the time, well, still is the Federal Republic of Germany, but we also called it West Germany, and now it's reunified with the communist East Germany. So I very much think communists should be barred from holding any offices, should be teaching our children, should be working in our government, because they fundamentally, even though they may, I'll swear to support and defend the Constitution as my oath of office, when they've already said things, or be a member of, which certain Congress people currently are, the Democratic Socialists of America, which, no, I've not read their full platform currently, but I have, 10 years ago or something, read something that they published that had, 12, 20, whatever bullet points it was. It sounded very communist to me. That if we determine a communist, you are now swearing that you're not what you've already said you were. So I would not allow, because I would see it as duplicitous, meaning that you're lying when you're swearing this oath. Or you were lying before, but I can't trust you. You're lying at one time or another. And there was no clear break. It's one thing like you grow up in your 20s and you're in college and yay, communism, and then you go, oh, fuck, communism is bad. I've learned it is bad. And you spend, 10 years before going into politics saying that communism is bad, and you come in on a platform of anti-communism. Now, you may be a secret communist and trying to infiltrate the government. That's true. But I'm going to generally say, believe you, that you've become an anti-communist. We can look at somebody like Orwell, who becomes, after being in Spain and whatnot and seeing what real communism, becomes very much against that. So I would bar these people from government offices. And so I would bar, and so if I were modern day Germany, if you want to be a Nazi, no, fine, you're a Nazi. You want to wear an armband? Fine, you're an armband. Whether we want to keep you from voting or not, I don't know. Definitely we should keep you from holding office. Now, if you're a communist, I would sort of go, wait a minute, we have, and I don't know the current Federal Republic of Germany or Federal Republik Deutschland or whatever the hell. Yes, I sort of know these things, but I sort of don't. What their constitution is, if they have enumerated within their either, because we have founding documents, we have two primary official documents, one being the Declaration of Independence. That is a very official document of our government. And we have the Constitution. Those are the two most official documents. There's also Federalist Papers and other stuff written in and around the time. Obviously, there's government regulations and procedures and whatever documents too. But, it's all sort of a collected body of work. But really, that sets our fundamental element is the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Those both have to be taken together, because it enumerates why we declared our independence. And there was an intermediate sort of confederation situation that was not working out and was thrown out, and we held a continental or a constitutional convention, and we came up with our current constitution. It's technically our second constitution, and we've maintained that ever since, 1793? I think that's when our current constitution, and then the first president under that constitution was George Washington. The first president of the Continental Congress was John Hancock, I believe. And then it's sort of, as that Continental Congress then becomes the government, as that goes along, there's a few other presidents, and maybe Hancock comes back again or something. And then, so it sort of goes around, and it's sort of like at that stage, the president is more like a speaker of the House or the head of the legislature or whatever, but he is called the president. So we've had presidents before Washington. I'm sorry I'm murky on some of this, but like I say, I sort of kind of know all this. I sort of kind of don't. But so that it's antithetical. But I don't know the German Constitution as it currently exists, whether communism is antithetical or if it were implemented means it's unconstitutional in Germany. If that is the case, then I would ban communists from the government. And notice what I'm saying. Not from existing, not that you necessarily have to lock them up. Now, if they do things like plant bombs or hide people that plant bombs or buy bomb-making materials and give them to people that plant bombs, then I would lock those people up. If you're involved in communist revolutionary activities, or if you're the person that cases the joint to see see all the security measures to protect a place and how to plant the bomb. Yeah, if you're involved in a communist, guerrilla, terrorist, whatever sort of organization, yeah, lock all of those fucking people up, not just the person who plants the bomb. Just figure out who all those people are, do a quick show trial on just to show the evidence that we have, so it's not secret evidence. Everybody goes, oh, those are your evidence? Okay, yeah, lock them up. Now, a lot of people let me go, fuck, you shouldn't lock those people. Fine, but you show the evidence of, now you may catch some of them before you want to show all your evidence. You don't ever have to show all your evidence. But if you show enough evidence to go, yeah, that person, that old lady there, she was really, as she was feeding the pigeon, she was actually counting the amount of cameras around a building or something. Lock her the fuck up. Once you show involvement in the terrorist guerrilla activities, where in America or wherever, lock them all the fuck up, right? But just because you're a communist or a Nazi in Germany or anywhere else, no, I don't really think you should be locked up. I may have those emotional opinions at times, but rationally, when I'm really in a thoughtful mood, no. But they should all be barred. Nazis, communists, should be barred, at least from the American government, serving in the American government, which means public schools, whether it means your local city offices, bureaucrats, or your federal bureaucrats, or your elected officials, because you have clearly demonstrated you are not supportive of our Constitution, generally speaking. We can all agree that we can all agree that not on how, but that we all want to tweak our Constitution a little bit more this, a little bit less this, change the dial position slightly, yes. But we mostly all agree that we want to do that through the standard processes that we have in America. I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. Okay, I believe that. Now, does that mean you have the right to a tank? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I have a right to a surface air missile? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I have a right to a nuclear weapon? Abso-fucking-lutely. But should I have a right to a nuclear weapon? If you can write a constitutional amendment that says you have the right to keep and bear arms except for, and this you have to be written very carefully, nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, I would agree to that change. Not anything else. You have all the tanks you want to have. Now, nuclear, what does that mean? Is it just a nuclear explosion or is it a dirty bomb? Well, if it's just a dirty bomb, what about the radium or something put on a watch or on a gun sight or something else that emits a little bit of radiation? So you got to write the nuclear one correctly. Chemical weapons. Well, we can think of something sort of like mustard gas. Yeah, I think we could ban mustard gas. What about chlorine gas? Well, I've got chlorine to put in my pool or something. I don't have a pool here now, but I've had pools in my history. So what exactly is chlorine gas or a chlorine weapon based? Okay, can we define that well enough to go, yeah, this is banned, but not chlorine that you may need in a gaseous form somehow? I don't know. Chemical weapons. Biological weapons. Well, biological weapons have included dead bodies, not necessarily human bodies. It can just be an animal's body. It can be poop, literally poop. So now if we're looking at anthrax, which is a biological thing that can be weaponized, or some other biological weapon, I would, if we can define it out, it could be like, I don't know, COVID. If we can define certain biological weapons out correctly, and not poop, and not just a dead body. And again, you may be thinking human. No, could be like a dead cow. If I want to own a dead cow's body, my mother, one of her big regrets with her when she was a teenage girl, her parents had a ranch, and so she was out there, was really mad that they didn't let her take, she found a skeleton of a dead cow. She had, later on, a bunch of skulls and whatnot. I still have them somewhere in boxes. But she liked skeletons and stuff like that. They wouldn't let her take the skeleton home that they found out in the desert. But she would have been somebody who would have gotten like a dead cow and sort of stick it somewhere, off and away so it doesn't smell, and let it all rot out so she could just have the bones. So, can you have a dead cow? Or is that somehow a biological weapon that you can't have? So, there are reasons that people would want to have some of these things. So if you could write those three weapon type things, nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, yeah, I would be for banning them from possession of without license. So if you're a nuclear bomb manufacturer, like for the U.S. government, yeah, you can have nuclear bombs because you're building them. If you're a private company, I don't know whether you want to make those by U.S. government arsenals making them, or whether you want to contract a private government, or private company to make nuclear weapons for the U.S. government, whatever. But that's obviously licensed, And if you need a bunch of radioactive material, like if you're a hospital or something and you need to handle that stuff for medical purposes, that could be weaponized into a dirty bomb. I'll get to the chat. I know you guys have been saying stuff. So that if you want to weaponize, maybe very easily weaponizable, a lot of, and also at a scale, like if you're a factory that want to make radioactive sites or something like that, you might have to require licensing. It's not that you can't, but that licensing, by the mere fact that you're doing licensing, means it's not a right. So you may want to license, your radium or other plutonium or whatever, including mining companies and other, useful companies that you want to require licensing to have to do that stuff. And so, yes. So yes, I would, but otherwise, the right to keep and bear arms, that's enshrouded in our Constitution. I think, so I'm willing to, and that's why we have an amendment process, amend the Constitution. And so all Americans will agree that something should be changed. They don't all agree on what should be changed. And I'm not talking radical communist change, denying basically the liberty and property elements of the Constitution, the basic fundamental elements. That is where something like the communists are not just wanting to tinker around with things a little bit. That is a different thing. So that's why, yes, some government employee or some elected official may be getting elected on, hey, we should change this in the Constitution. Okay, fine. I can agree or disagree with that, but that's just altering it a little bit. It isn't doing fundamental changes. Okay, let's see what the... okay, gotta go... Okay. You think okay, so going back up. Okay, somebody's saying something in German. Fine, I'm not going to try to read it. Germanic people are noticeable less top-down compared to ancient Celtic peoples, from what I remember. Also more chaotic, I guess. I am from a Celtic background. To my knowledge, all of my ancestry, some of it made it to America well before independence. Some of it came over as late as about 1900, but all of it's from Britain, as far as I know. Obviously, family trees can spread way, way out. And yeah, some I know is Norman English, which sort of means here, which sort of means here. So yeah, but all filtered through the British, and I'm saying it that way because I'm meaning the island here, British lens, if you will, So it's sort of the Normans that came here. So yes, or some, I'm sure some of the descent of some of the Viking settlements that were, the Danelaw and out, they controlled out here in the Shetlands and whatnot. Oh, no, the Shetlands aren't here. The Hebrides, sorry. I know these things. The Hebrides, they controlled. So yeah, I'm not saying I go back further, and yes, the Romans occupied, so in theory I could have some Latin ancestry, but it's all coming from Britain. I know this better. I know the Celts pretty well. I studied the Celts, mostly the Scottish, and mostly in the 17th and 18th century, sort of at the Celtic twilight at the end. They're not that dissimilar from what I know of the Anglo-Saxons in society and organization. They're maybe a little bit more, especially in the Scottish sense, tribal in defining, and I guess blood relation would be one way of saying it, but the clans. The clans, not most clans, did not everyone have the same last name. One clan in particular I know did, and they required everybody who was going to live on their lands to change their name to the one clan. I just don't want to go into the various clan arguments right now, so I'm not going to mention names here. But there was definitely a feeling of an extended family with your clan. It wasn't feudalism, because feudalism is a specific thing, but it was hierarchical. There were chiefs. In most cases, as again the period that I studied, chiefs had to come from the chief's family. It was more and more being imposed that it was straight hereditary, eldest son to eldest son. But traditionally, I know we're getting in the weeds here, but traditionally it was more like, oh hey, the what came to be known as the taxman, not TAX, but TACT, a tact of land. These were sort of the sub-aristocracy below chief levels. Their sort of council would pick the next chief from basically the chief's family. So it could be, instead of his son, it might be his brother, the former chief's brother. Or it might be the second son because the first son is not going to make a good chief. So it's sort of genetic in that it's inherited, but it's also sort of, and I don't want to say it's democratic like there's a popular vote. but it's sort of like they're sort of a safety valve. So it's not as hard and rigid as the Normans that are putting, even in Scotland, are pushing more and more their Normanism, as well as Saxonism. Scots, the language Scots. And I met one old lady who all she spoke was Scots. She did understand English. She listened to the BBC radio. Oh, and this was back in the 90s. She remembered as a little girl World War I. She spoke Scots, and it was hard to understand her. It wasn't modern Scottish English that has some, Scots words like ken. Ken is Scots for the word no, and K-E-N versus K-N-O-W, not know as in, to know something, not to say no as you can't do something. But you can see it's because probably originally it goes back to canoe or something with a bit harder K. That K, it used to be Knigget instead of night. That K in the word night actually was sort of pronounced, and maybe very softly. It depends where and what, and I'm not an expert on all this, as you can tell, but I do know a bit. So there are still very much Scottish words alive, because I did live for under 6 months, but I did live in Scotland once and visited a bunch of other times. That's all Anglo-Saxon, but and I say Anglo-Saxon because Scots develops while English is developing down in the south. But Gaelic, or Scots Gaelic, different than Irish Gaelic, is a Celtic language. The Celts were a bit different. I wouldn't say more chaotic than the Anglo-Saxon German type ancestry. I mean, the Germans obviously, as time goes on, get more and more rigid and formal in their titles and their hierarchies and whatnot. But back then, I wouldn't call it more chaotic. It's a different system. It is hierarchical. It is feudal-ish or feudal-like, but it isn't feudalism, because feudalism, as expressed in Western Europe, particularly like we can see Normans, that those are the ones who are pushing it, because it really is the Normans that push feudalism as feudalism onto England. There was a sort of hierarchical responsibility thing with the Anglo-Saxons prior to it. It all gets complicated, and as you know, I can see here. So yes, so I wouldn't say more complicated. I think communism is the baddest of all. Well, communism is worse than National Socialism. I see. Yeah, it is worse. That doesn't mean National Socialism is good. It just means it's worse. I have come up with, and this is all dealing with other people's work, so it's not like I dreamt up something entirely unique here, but I'm going to it because I don't remember quotes well. And so this one was important once I figured it out, that I typed it out here, and I have it in a file, so I'm looking it up here under Why Communism is Evil. Okay, why communism is evil. The exercise of vital powers. The phrase has a philosophical meaning. Sorry, I don't also read scripts well. Defined by the Greeks as the exercise of vital powers along lines of excellence in a life affording them scope. Obviously, that's translated from the Greek into English, but that's what it is. This definition suggests that happiness is achieved through activity using one's abilities and potential to the best of their ability within a life that allows for it. Communism does not allow this to happen. That is why communism is evil at its core. So this isn't talking about needing to kill millions of people, because I would be willing to kill 100 million people to defeat communism. Not that I want to die, and I am glad that we didn't invade China or the Soviet Union, because millions of non-communists would have died. I don't know whether ultimately there would be fewer or greater amounts of death in the world than from the communists, but I'm willing to kill millions to keep communism from happening. So you have to find more than just blaming the amount of deaths on people. I think communism is anti-human. I think, because this goes to this definition that somebody else created, but I put it into the idea of why communism at its core, even if you could somehow achieve it, I still think it's evil. I mean, to achieve it without killing a single person. It is evil, and I think it is anti-human nature. It is antithetical to the way humans function. Karl Marx was wrong about so much stuff, not just about his political philosophy. I think Karl Marx, and he influences so many people today. The whole idea, well, most wars are about money and economy and all. Nope. I think it's religion, power, security. Those are three different reasons that are above money. Community, ethnic identity. Those are all reasons for wars before money. Now, money may be required, meaning a bunch of poor people in the desert with sharp stones and sticks probably don't have the means to defeat a modern mechanized army, okay? Because if the modern mechanized army really just wants to fucking win, we can just kill everybody. Oh, well, they'll fight a guerrilla warfare. No, we just encounter human beings, we kill them all. Okay, so I'm not saying we should, but we could. Modern armies can defeat any fucking, even guys now, of course, now they have AK-47s, but they don't make them and they don't make the bullets. So they'll eventually run out of bullets. And so, you know, they can't fight forever unless somebody's supplying them. Or unless they trade something like oil or diamonds or whatever for the bullets. And even if they can, in some places, maybe like in Egypt or somebody build a arms manufacturer, we can destroy it, blow it up. So we allow these other people to live. And so in the modern industrialized world, and even before, having certain amount of economic ability allows you to effectively fight wars. But that is not why people fight wars, quote unquote, greed. Or it is a reason, but it is nowhere near the top. It's in the top 10. And I don't know if I'll ever create a top 10 list of all, you know, the top 10 reasons through history why people go to wars. But, you know, power. Sometimes it's Prince A or Prince B. Well, what's their difference? Well, his name is this and his name is it. Well, what are they going to do? Oh, they're going to rule just the same, but they both want to be, they're both the son of the king and the king has died. Both Prince A and Prince B want to be king, the next king. So they get their supporters and they fight. Whoever wins, for most people, obviously they'll go after the people that least closely supported the losing faction and get rid of them or take their land or whatever, exile them. But other than that, other than it's Prince A versus Prince B, there's not going to be anything different. And of course, talent does come in there because maybe the eldest son is an idiot and the younger son is a brilliant guy and he's going to run the country better. Yeah, but basically, you know, as a philosophical thing or as a royal lineage thing or what, they're the same. It's just faction A or faction B. It's not over economy. It's not over religion. It's not over ethnicity. It's just Prince A or Prince B. Sometimes you have a war like that, okay? So, you know, those are reasons people go to war that have nothing to do with economy and maybe nothing to do, again, with culture, religion, geographical position, security, anything like that. So Marx is just so wrong. He had so much influence. Modern conservative thinkers, so many of them are influenced by Marx. They're not communists. I'm not talking about his political or his economic philosophy. I'm just his understanding of history. He is infected so fucking much, and it is bad for us. So yeah, so you got to understand that communism is evil. It's not just that in the 20th century they killed about 100 million people. You want to argue it down to 80 million? How is that helping your argument? I don't get it. But they're just evil because the philosophy itself is evil. It is not a well-meaning philosophy that has been implemented badly. And no, by the definition that I said, equality is a bad thing, because let me quote again, using one's abilities and potential to the best of their ability in a life that which allows it. So if I can somehow earn more money and have either more guns or more horses or more sports cars than somebody else because my talents have allowed me to do that, that means I'm unequal to somebody who has no sports cars. Now, that doesn't mean the opposite is true, that if somebody's a Down syndrome person, I call people retards who are retards. I mean like a Down syndrome person. And there's been some really good stories of some, man or woman have worked for 20 years at like a fast food store and does a very good job, and he has Down syndrome. Okay, great, wonderful. And many of those functioning ones can function at a particular level and live on their own in society. They're just limited in their abilities, but not so much as they can't function as an individual. Other ones that have it worse, they need constant supervision. They're like a 3-year-old child or something. They're just never going to expand beyond it. And yes, I believe in a society that takes care of them. So yeah, there is sort of, we want to have minimum standards for people. Some people are truly limited. Other people, they need some special help, and then they'll be just fine. Whatever it is, I'm not saying, and so some level of redistribution, taxation, whatever you want to call it, is okay. But that should always be just at the minimum necessary for these kind of things to function, not as a leveling as everybody equal. So this is why communism is not, well, if we could do it right, I'd be for it, or equality, not just equality like before the law, but equality, everyone should be equal, everyone should have the same kind of sandwich, or everyone should have, no, some people will inherit money and be able to live their whole life on vacation, traveling around the world and just having fun. Good for them. I have no problem with them living that entire life, that so long as they're not, they own a factory, and so they're sucking off somebody's work. No, they inherited a factory that somebody built, or they inherited stocks that somebody invested in it. I have absolutely no problem that person, so long as they're, again, not breaking the laws or doing something else, living a life of luxury and ease, that I have no problem with. But the people that have a problem with, I believe, are evil at its core. More evil than National Socialism. National Socialism, and we're talking not just the words national and socialism stick together, we're talking about Hitler and that whole crowd. So yes. Okay, that is why I'm curious that it's to be allowed and lived in Germany. Yes, I understood that you misspelled the word. Talk to the German government. I understand why the Nazism was kept from there, because the U.S. and the British and the French and the Dutch and the Belgians and the Norwegians and the Danish, you got the story, were very upset. And partially from the U.S., because you can look at some of the propaganda stuff before or during the war and just in the immediate after it. The Americans very much saw this. Didn't we already do this once to the Germans? We had to stop the Kaiser and the aggressive Germans. And whether it's Nazism or just simply aggressive Germans, we've got to put a stop to this. We don't want it every 20 or 30 years. Because when it was with muskets, the Germans either shooting at each other or shooting at their neighbors, Americans go, who the fuck cares? Oh, it's been 20 years, the Germans are attacking somebody? I'll have fun with that, people. We're over here. But once the war becomes industrialized enough and can be fought on a global scale, meaning submarines attacking us and all this other kind of stuff, you're starting to poke Americans enough, and we don't like it. We don't want to do an every 20 years or every 30 years or every 40 years even go to war with Germany, because Germany's just going to go to war every however many years. Because you can look at Germany. Well, there was plenty of wars in and around Germany. We can look at the whole Frederick the Great. We can look at Maria Theresa and the succession of the Habsburg Empire into an empress, and the War of Spanish Succession, and all of that stuff. And was it going to be allowed for a Kaiseress of Germany to be a woman, and all of that? All of those wars are all going on. But under a post Napoleonic situation, well, you have the Franco-Prussian War, 1870s. Okay, yeah, mostly time of peace until 40 years later, you have World War I. Okay, and then 20 years after that, you have World War II. Okay, well, the Franco-Prussian was localized enough, and it didn't have submarines and fleets and whatnot. Prussia did not really have. I'm not saying they didn't have a few, ships, but they didn't have big fleets. So it's just staying local. Well, that's cool, but Americans are watching. We pay attention. Some of us do, to the world. Okay, cool. You just having your wars. Have fun, Europe. You like killing yourself. One of the persons that saw, hey, Europeans love killing themselves. What can I do to make money? Help them kill each other faster. His name was he gets Sir later on, Hiram Maxim. He creates the Maxim gun, specifically to help Europeans kill each other faster. And he says that very blatantly. In letters and in talking to people, oh yeah, these Europeans love killing each other. I got this new gun, it'll help them kill them faster. Better. Kill more of them. I've read Maxim's biography many years ago now. Still have it in a box right now, but be back on the bookshelf hopefully later this year. So so long as it was just you Europeans killing each other, Americans were cool with it. You go killed 1 million of you? Oh, cool. Have fun. It's your sport. We've only had one civil war, so yeah. So that's why we denazified, and we couldn't decommunist it because the communists got nuclear weapons, and we really didn't want to invade Russia. So yeah, talk to the Germans about making communism as illegal as that. Okay, let's see. Continues. Yeah, but the problem of communism is that public property, since they are needed for the means of production at work. Okay, yes, the people can be considered that gets to the point of the lack of liberty. As I was saying, it's the people don't have the liberty, the choice of what they want to do or be in life. And not just in emergencies. Like, in theory, not that it's done in practice, but in theory, we could have some sort of, famine or something that we just want to draft a bunch of people to build some dam or change river courses or do construction projects, which are conscripting people to work. But that is understood that it is going through a regular process, meaning through our elected officials, and it's going to generally be understood that this is very apparent that we have to conscript labor to do something. We've never done it. We've always paid, outside of slavery, we're talking, we've always paid people like to build, which was very much a government program, while the Tennessee Valley Authority, which built a bunch of small dams here, but build the Hoover Dam up here, massive government project during the Depression. But those were all paid people. They came out and worked in literally hellish conditions, both working conditions and just the hellish hotness of it. But it was all because of money. It's come for the money, come for the money. You're unemployed wherever you are in America. Get on a train and come for the money. It's going to be hotter than hell, and you're going to be working like hell, but come for the money. And, so it takes an understanding, a general society understanding, why Americans could be drafted into a project like that. Again, we have not done so, but that is still not antithetical to American values. Libertarians are some of the extreme people. They would say, no, that's never okay. But those who really understand the Anglo-Saxon, and I'm using that term because I don't want to mean the English, because the English are now influenced by the Normans. But if we look back at the Anglo-Saxon viewpoint of citizenship, if you will, they wouldn't have used citizenship, but the word, but their citizenship, and we look at particularly the Roman idea of citizenship in like in emergencies, like when Rome is being attacked, by Hannibal and others, different times, the Celts and other people, that they, get a legion or 5 destroyed. Well, they'll, out of their citizenry, just raise another 5 legions and go in and fight. If you were going to be a citizen, you had to be ready to go pick up a shield and a throwing spear and a sword or something and go, because a lot of guys didn't even have armor. If you look at the Republican legions, and go, fight the enemy. That is very much at our core. Libertarians, and I love liberty, but libertarians take it too far as philosophy. So yes, I would put the not so much that people are property, but people don't have that right to liberty under communism. Since it means production, communism only works, I think he means on the paper, and nature of humans makes communism unreal. Yes. Now, I will say there is something that I've defined as communal, with an L, ism. Now, that, to me, is a voluntary organization, so it's not government, and it would be somebody, whether it's out in a commune that's, out in the countryside, or, hey, we're going to communally own this factory. And we're you voluntarily join the group, however that is, could be, whatever, and we will work and we will share out the profits. Now, you may live in a single compound, or you may live in independent homes, but you're communally working at, like a business or a separate little organization somewhere. But those organizations, they only allow in who they want to allow in, and anybody, when they want to, can leave the commune. So communalism, and part of it is that you can see the whole commune, meaning all the people all at once. It's not like a country. It's an organization that has a defined scope, and it can sort of self-manage, and people can understand how big it is. Could be like a tribe, whether like an African tribe or like an Anglo-Saxon type tribe or something like that. So communalism is different than communism. They both have similar root words, but I see them as very defined different things. And so communalism can work, and we can also look at Dark Age society, and Dark Age is the appropriate term for it. We can have that argument some other time. But the Dark Ages, very much you see communalism in that society, the Roman Empire, has collapsed. And these communities need to work together collectively. Now, they were more hierarchical, most of them, in that there's, a guy at the top or a family at the top, and then there's some people at the middle. And now, as things stabilized more and more and more, they became, larger, the idea of France or Britain or, or England or whatever is formed. And that's, you sort of, you're getting into the Middle Ages and the post-Norman conquest. But in the Dark Ages, you're looking at these communities are and very much in a post-apocalyptic world. And so they very well can function, and the reason they function so well is the threats and the lack of larger society functioning. So your communes like that, whether they wouldn't have necessarily called it a commune, but their local, community here, yeah, that can work out. And the reason those were working out were threats and the lack of infrastructure and other things. How well they'll work in the modern world, that's up to, different cases. But communalism is different than communism. I don't want to live in a commune. Not entirely. I wouldn't mind a Celtic clan sort of organization that I might be willing to join and be part of. But again, that's entirely voluntary. And if it's not working out for me, and it could just mean that the majority of the people want to do something one way and I want to do it different, and I don't rub well against them anymore, I'll leave the organization. But I could maybe see working in some sort of modern day clan system. But I'd have to understand the, where and whys of that organization. But that is also not, because notice I said clan, and it's a hierarchical society. Not that I would necessarily be at the top of it. I'm not like a lot of these people, oh yeah, I like monarchy, I'd be one of the nobles. No, I might just be one of the functionaries. But there would have to be enough benefits to deal with the costs of, whether it's labor or money or whatever being part of it. But if I happen to get more than some of I wouldn't want to be in a leveling commune, because if I want a nicer car than one of the other peoples in the commune, I should be able to have it and not be looked upon as inappropriate for me having something more than another member of the commune. So I would not be anywhere wanting to join a leveling commune. If it is sort of hierarchical and there's reasons for it and how it's functioning in the modern world, I could consider that, but not as a leveling or everyone equal. I don't know if you guys understand leveling. It's a term coming out of English history that isn't communism, but there were different leveling revolts in which, not that everyone was 100% equal, but they would get rid of the nobility and larger structures, in that, one guy's farm may be 3 times as big as somebody else's farm, but we're all sort of farmers, or we're all just basic shoemakers, or we're all just, basically, yes, one shoemaker may have twice the business and have a nicer house than another shoemaker, but it's all just sort of society's leveled out. It isn't communistical in that it's collective ownership of the means of production, but it's all sort of leveling out society. And this does influence Marx. Because Marx, is German, but he studies a lot in Britain, and I know he knows his parts of English history. So he is influenced by English leveling. And you see some of that in the English Civil War, but definitely in the Middle Age period. There's several levelist outbreaks of revolts. They want to get rid of, they talk about getting rid of the nobility, but it's trying to make everybody sort of, to not exactly equal outcomes, but I think you sort of understand what I'm saying. So it isn't communism in that, like, everybody owns that field out there, big field out there collectively. No, okay, let's divide it all up. Okay, we now own sections. Okay, and if one farmer does well, he buys half of somebody else's section, and may buys part of somebody else's section. Well, that's all sort of okay, so long as it isn't getting, a big corporation or a big, huge amount. So, it's not everyone equal, but everyone's sort of kind of leveled. So that's leveling. I'm definitely against levelers. There is the Grundgesetz, i.e. Grundgesetz, I don't know. I don't do German well unless I hear it a lot. That particular word a lot. Does not allow democracy to be overthrown by any means. So communism is already kind of ruled out by that. Well, yeah. Now, democracy is bad, but yeah. Okay. But communism isn't democratic. Isn't communism democratic technically, or does the law account for that? Communists is not democratic. Now, you're not allowed to deviate from communism. Meaning, you might collectively, and it depends on which expression, what communism, whether in real practice or in theory, you might very well, everybody democratically elect, what color are we going to paint the building tomorrow? Is it going to be yellow, blue, or red? Let's have a democratic vote on that. Or who's going to be the factory manager? Or no, let's do it Soviet style. Who are we going to represent to the general council? Okay, we elect those people, groups elect a bunch of, okay. Okay, now we have the general council. Well, the members of the general council are going to elect the ruling council, or the Soviet. That's the term Soviet comes from. Okay, they elect the Soviet, the higher Soviet council. Okay. Now, who's going to lead the higher Soviet council? Who's going to be our president or our elected official that's going to go off and maybe represent them, off in Moscow or off somewhere else? So they may all be maybe, not saying is, but maybe all democratically electing these kind of things. Like, who's going to be the shop floor manager or managers, different shifts or something. Okay, we elect Bob and George. They're going to be the two, the depending on the day or the shift or whatever, they're going to be the floor managers. Now, if they piss off enough of us, we're going to elect somebody else. but they're not allowed to deviate from communism. So they use democracy and the language of democracy and voting, and it may, not saying is, but it may be actual real popular votes and not manipulated, not threatened or whatever. But they're not allowed to discuss different forms of government. So it is not a pluralistic democracy. And so whether through laws in countries, not just in a country, or through social convention, certain things are prohibited. Meaning, I guess in theory, in America, you could reinstitute slavery of black people. Or maybe a justified one, reinstitute slavery of left-handed people because they're fucking left-handed and we should enslave them all. Not saying we should, but there may be justification for that. Or something like that. And that could be deemed, either one of those things, could be deemed illegal because it's sort of like, oh, hey, we're the Nazi party, elect us and we'll help sabotage the American war effort as it fights the Nazis. So at some stage, even within pluralistic democracy, or, oh, hey, the cannibalist party, like the Aztecs or the Mayans want to start going back to cannibalism in Mexico. Maybe they already have, I don't know. But go back to cannibalism and go, well, we're going to outlaw the cannibalist party because we don't want cannibals. We just don't, and if we catch you eating people, we're going to, execute you, so don't eat people. But even if you want to be cannibalistic, you don't get to have a party to do that. So we're going to outlaw the cannibal party. So, yeah, some, even within a pluralistic democracy, and things that you may think are horrific or would never be thought of as doing, and that's sort of our social convention. But, hey, the Aztecs, the Mayans, they were cannibals. So, they were literal cannibals. And not just ceremonial cannibals either, eat the heart once in a while. No, they ate people. They captured, the Aztecs were often like going to people, hey, you want to sell us some people? Well, what for? Well, we're hungry. We like people. You want to sell us some of your people? We'll take them and eat them. Literally, I'm not joking. They were literally trying to buy people from other people to eat them. So the Aztecs were cannibals. So all these people, aren't you upset at the European conquest of the Americas? Fuck no. I 100% Europeans' conquest of the Americas. I'm 100% by it. Are there unfortunate incidents? Yes. Were many of those unfortunate incidents necessary? Yes, they were necessary. Still unfortunate, but necessary. Maybe a few weren't necessary. Maybe a few were just like mistakes. People thought something was going and so they did something. But yes, European conquest of the Americas, not just the U.S., but of the Americas, I am 100% behind. I am not one of these people that are embarrassed by European conquest of the Americas. I am 100% behind it. I 100% support it. It is not just, well, I'm embarrassed, but I'm going to live off of it. No, I will cheer, whether it's the Spanish, the French, the English, the Americans, as we then, got our independence and pushing across. Oh, and I've had one, and again, I'm not going to mention names, one for many years, particularly good. Well, he was mixed Indian, and like a lot of them are, also European ancestry, but very much part of his tribe and whatever. I've had good friends, and I don't mean just casual people I know at work, good friends who were, pre-Columbian Americans, people from, or descended from people before Columbus gets here, Indians, if you will. Good friends that most of them realize, America is now is a lot better than it was when our tribes were just here, in the Stone Age, because they were Stone Age people. Yeah, it's better now. Now they may think, especially some of them, I sort of cheer for the Indians, in the movies, and I wish some of the, wasn't so quite the brutal conquest. Yes, I understand that. but they understand that this reality is better than what would have been had the conquest not happened. So yes, okay. So that's democracy and communism. Constitution doesn't mention or address communism direct. Okay, we're talking about Germany, I believe. But instead it forbids overthrowing the free constitutional order. Okay, very interesting. So running around and promoting communism an idea is generally allowed. Okay, my internet is gone for the moment. Can you tell me again? I don't know where we were with that. Sorry. I think about that like you, it's not about the fact that it killed 100 million people, but about the fact that you can't be free and live the life you want. Exactly. It's often about power, yes. Yes, and, you know, what is exploitation? Especially coming out of the traditional world, we call it that for the moment. There were definitely people that owned and often for very good reasons, but people owned a lot more than other people, so they were starting out at a higher level of society. And there was definitely the transition between an agrarian society and an industrial society. And especially if you were an early transitioner, like England was, and some of the other continental places, there was true exploitation of the worker. This is often at the time that Marx is writing, is that the owner is trying to offer to pay as minimum as he can for that labor. Now, it's still paid, meaning you're not forced to by any sort of laws or by people putting a gun or a whip to you. Now, it may be sort of forced by circumstance, meaning I need food. If I steal food, I will be killed or, sent off, imprisoned or sent off to the colony. So I need food, so I must get job because I no longer, because of, primitive industrialization, early, I'm talking farm machinery that's pulled by animals. We're not even talking steam here. But I've lost my job working on a farm, and now I'm moving to Liverpool, Manchester, Glasgow, or something like this. And how am I going to get money? Well, getting some minimum amount of money working at a god-awful job is better than starving to death. So they may be forced by circumstance, but not by government laws or, again, rounding people up and forcing them into a factory or a gulag or something like that. It's still at one level or another voluntarily. They are exploiting the people for as much as they can get out of them. That is quite true. Is that wrong? Well, look, people, life ain't fair. Things were changing. They didn't necessarily have other options. You couldn't just make a law and have everybody accept it. And because of various competitions, if you set some sort of minimum wage, they couldn't just hire, they may not be able to hire you. So then you're just going to starve. So starvation wages that you can sort of on the starvation level, may be better than actually starving. So I don't see that these like mid 19th century industrialists as being evil or wrong people, or even wrong for trying to get the most labor for the cheapest amount of money. Now, should that be the end goal, not the transition, but the end goal of capitalism? No, that shouldn't be how it's run. And that's why we have things like minimum wage laws. But they should still be minimum. Not living, not good. It might be with a minimum wage, you have food, you have some clothing, and you have a bunk in a flop house and a locker to lock up some of your possessions. It may be just minimum survival food, or pay, but that's the minimum. And you can have maximum hours so that you can't, well, if you want this job, you must work 12 hours a day. Now we say 8 hours a day is the maximum that you can basically require. And if whether sort of required or requested, you got to pay extra for extra hours over that. So yeah, certain labor laws are good things. Not saying they're not. But if you're looking, oh, you shouldn't, well, okay, we're going to stay away from slave labor in China, but like in Bangladesh, should you buy shoes that are paid for somebody that's, barely making anything? Don't buy from these people. They're exploiting the workers of Bangladesh. If you don't buy the shoes made in Bangladesh, those people will starve. Okay? Because there just isn't. If this country down here doesn't have enough exports from goods made by cheap labor, or they bring ships ashore that were built in either first world or near first world country, but are broken up, torn apart in these countries and god awful working conditions, they're just going to starve because they don't have enough. They just don't have enough. So yeah, terrible working conditions and me getting some cheap shoes is actually good for these people because now they have something instead of having nothing. So yes, and you may say that's exploitive, but yes, that's the reality of the world. And we can't live for the perfect can't be the enemy of the good, people. That is fine. Okay, you heard all. Okay, good. Thanks. I'll just call you Gamel Peter, I guess. But yes. So yes. So this is, and so I would actively outlaw in my country of the United States people holding office, people holding government jobs, which includes and particularly teachers, anyone who we can detect who has antithetical, meaning anti or views that would not function under our Constitution, generally speaking, right? We're not talking about an equal rights amendment for women, or we're not talking, just what, should they vote without being drafted, like I've said earlier in the stream. No, if you're not going to be subject to the draft, you should not be allowed to vote for your whole life. Now, so that means, so when you're young, you should be old enough to be drafted if you're going to vote. Now, you might be drafted before you're voting, but meaning if we draft it or liable to the draft at 18, you shouldn't be 16 years old and voting. We might go back to 21 years and over for voting. That would be fine with me. Even when I was in my teens, I would still have been fine with that. And of course, you should be able to vote because you have life experience older than you could be drafted. But you must, during your lifetime, be eligible for the draft, whether we needed to draft people or not, to be allowed to vote. Because those are the people who make decisions that could, in one way or another, lead us into a war or just other crisis that we may need to draft people. So yes, so I would change Constitution like that to say if you're not eligible for the draft, you're not eligible to vote with like the provisions, and you can maybe be better worded than I worded it just then. And so yeah, I would be willing to change the Constitution. But you notice that is not a fundamental change because the Constitution doesn't. It's strange on how you can vote, because you can be denied to vote if you're a felon. In some states, if you are a felon, you are denied to vote, because voting is sort of up to the states to a degree. And there's more technical details to that than just that, but that's sort of it. But yeah, so if women were liable to the vote and whatever, yeah, I'd give them the draft. I mean, liable to the draft and other responsibilities. And we could even talk about the idea that you need to be like a net taxpayer or something. I don't necessarily believe in universal voting, but there isn't really in the Constitution that says, as far as I can remember, that there's universal voting. Like, meaning there can be reasons to exclude, like felons, from voting. Prisoners. Now, some states, prisoners can vote. You can be in prison and you can vote. I can't enumerate which one, but it's sort of up to what's different state law. So, like I say, in federally, there isn't this universal right to vote, and like in a good example is the Senate used to be decided, each state decided how it wanted to pick its senators, okay? California, the state Senate, because there's both an assembly and a Senate, two bicameral houses, two legislature houses. It had been since the founding that the state Senate picked the two senators to go to Washington. California was and has become again very corrupt. Not necessarily, even back then, people stealing money from the government. It was just certain types of corruption that are not necessarily illegal, but are corrupt practices. Because of how they were picking their senators in California, the Constitution was amended to say that if in a state, those people who vote for the President of the United States are also going to be the people who vote for the senators. So in theory, I don't know if it would actually be, but in theory under this part of the law is, well, if it was the state senators votes for the president, that's who votes for the senators. You know, it doesn't have to be universal voting. So the states can have their own sort of laws so long as they're within the Constitution. So voting is something that without a constitutional amendment can be sort of tweaked and whatever, or you could throw in a constitutional amendment that women are subject to the draft as equally to men or whatever. But, you know, so I'm all for minor changes to the Constitution. I may not be agreeing with you what changes should be made, but I'm good with changing it, but not in a fundamental base level sense. I am not. And those people should be barred from holding office. Definitely holding office. Whether they get to vote or not is another question. You just explained all I wanted to know. Thank you so much. Okay, even more. You have no more questions. Okay, well, since he has no more questions, we've been at this for many hours. If you haven't already, please subscribe, maybe like if you're on YouTube, follow if you're over on Twitch. I will be back tomorrow, probably with Arno and maybe a few others, playing some War Thunder. And sometimes the group chatting while playing gets into some deep topics, so even if you're not super into War Thunder, maybe you want to come in and hang out. And I will most likely be back next Saturday for more live stream. Those Saturday and Sundays are mostly my live stream days, and I'm not making too much more other videos now. I'll get back to more videos someday, but it's mostly just live streams now. And of course, you can check out my back catalog of both live streams and videos on various topics on videos on YouTube. And does Rocky Beach still exist in America? Its town. Don't know about Rocky Beach. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks, Thomas. You have a nice day or evening. Okay, yes, and I hope to see you tomorrow, Arno. So thanks, Gamal, Peter, Thomas, Arno, and everybody else. Had a great time chatting and a bit of playing with you guys. So see you next time, everybody.